Almighty God, we, the representatives of the citizens of the City of Brisbane, are assembled here to strive and care for the welfare of our city and all its people. Lord, we ask that you guide us in the decisions we make today. Amen. Brisbane City Council acknowledges this country and its traditional custodians. We acknowledge and respect the spiritual relationship between traditional custodians and this country, which has inspired language, songs, dances, law and dreaming stories over many thousands of years. We pay our respects to the elders, those who have passed into the dreaming, those here today and those of tomorrow. May we continue to peacefully walk together in gratitude, respect and kindness in caring for this country and one another. Please be seated. I declare the meeting open. Are there any apologies? Councillor Dixon.
Chair, I advise that Councillor Marks and Councillor Murphy will be absent today, and I move that they be granted a leave of absence from the meeting.
Seconded.
Has been moved by Councillor Dixon and seconded by Councillor Givney that Councillors Marks and Councillor Murphy be granted leave of absence from today's meeting. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. Are there any further apologies? Confirmation of minutes, please.
Chair, I move that the minutes of the 4,776 meeting held on Tuesday the 9th of September 2025 be received, taken as read and confirmed.
Seconded.
Has been moved by Councillor Dixon and seconded by Councillor Givney that the minutes of the 4,776th meeting of Council held on the 9th of September 2025 be received, taken as read and confirmed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. I would now like to call on Mr David Morton and Mr Nicholas Payne, who will address the Chamber on the Dead Puppet Society. Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen. You may proceed when you're ready.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Lord Mayor, councillors. Before we begin, can I please acknowledge the traditional owners of the land we're meeting on? The Yagara Turrbal people pay my own respects to elders past, present, emerging, as well as any First Nations people here with us today. My name is David Morton. This is Nicholas Payne. We're honoured to be here with you today to speak on behalf of Dead Puppet Society, a theatre company born here in Brisbane. Dead Puppet Society has worked around the globe. We're recognised internationally as leaders in the field of design-led performance, and we proudly call Brisbane our home from our base in Woolloongabba next to the Princess Theatre. At the heart of Dead Puppet Society is a simple mission. We tell extraordinary stories in ways that connect people to the wonder of the world around them. Our vision is to combine timeless theatrical storytelling with cutting-edge design to create experiences that inspire awe, curiosity, and conversation. We believe that theatre, design, and spectacle can remind us of what it means to be human, while showing us new ways to see ourselves, each other, and the world that we share. We're thrilled that Brisbane City Council have partnered with us by adding Dead Puppet Society to the Cultural Organisation Investment Funding Program. Thank you so much for your generosity. Our works are usually very large-scale theatre, and they take multiple shipping containers to move around the country. But the only little bit that we could bring to share with you today is a creature we recently created for a Disney production that toured nationally. So this script called for the precursor of Tinkerbell as a yellow bird, and we were like, well, what are the two boys from Brisbane going to make as the yellow bird? And so we created this sulphur-crested cockatoo puppet who met the boy that went on to become Peter Pan on an island that wasn't yet Neverland. It's just like a little sample of the sort of work that we make.
Our story began right here in Brisbane at QUT Creative Industries program, where a group of young artists and designers came together around a shared passion for storytelling. From there, our partnership with Metro Arts, La Boite Theatre, Queensland Theatre, Brisbane Powerhouse and Brisbane Festival gave us the vital platform to experiment, refine and grow. These Brisbane institutions nurtured our vision and helped us to shape the company into what it is today. Since those early days, our work has travelled far beyond our hometown. We've presented work in performing arts centres, festivals and cultural institutions all around the country. We've had the privilege of creating a major production for London's Natural History Museum and also built strong ties with the New York theatre industry. collaborating with world-class creatives and producers who now see Brisbane as a global hub of innovation in live performance. Our practice is diverse, and it's structured around 4 key pillars that shape everything we do. The first is production. We create award-winning theatre that combines puppetry, design, and technology. Activation, delivering imaginative public works and pop-up experiences that surprise and delight audiences beyond the theatre walls. Collection, building a body of original artworks and artefacts that celebrate the craft of design and performance. And lastly, education, empowering the next generation of creatives through workshops, mentorships, and hands-on training. Together, these 4 pillars allow us to work across disciplines, scales, and audiences, ensuring our practice is as rich and varied as the community we serve.
None of this would be possible without the support of Brisbane City Council. Your investment in the arts sustains company like ours and allows us to take creative risks. For that, everyone at Dead Puppet Society is sincerely grateful. We truly value Brisbane as our creative home, a city with a culture unlike anywhere else, where audiences are always keen to embrace new ideas and unique experiences. We all know that Brisbane is Australia's lifestyle capital, and that energy is what makes it such an inspiring place to make art. Looking to the future, we're so excited about what lies ahead, particularly as Brisbane builds towards hosting the 2032 Games. Over the next 7 years, Dead Puppet Society is going to continue producing the theatre works that define our practice, while also expanding into large-scale public experiences and outdoor activations that engage audiences in new and unexpected ways. We're going to be ready for this once-in-a-generation opportunity and can't wait to play a leading role in creating the spectacles that will shape the city's cultural identity during this global moment. We want to work with the city to reach more people, contribute to our community, and play our part in cementing Brisbane's reputation as the most exciting place in Australia to be a creative. Thank you again for your support of our company. We are so proud to be based in this city. We look forward to building the next chapter of Dead Puppet Society right here in the place that we love the most. Thank you for having us.
Thank you, Mr Morton and Mr Payne. I'm going to call upon Councillor Howard to respond.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, and of course it gives me a great deal of pleasure to respond because I know how fabulous you both are, but for the rest of the chamber to hear your story is just absolutely amazing. We are so proud of you and what you have done for Brisbane and the fact that you continue to create such amazing works. And I know that some in the chamber would have heard about Peter and the Starcatcher. And of course, I was privileged to attend La Boite and We're All Gonna Die. And I actually think I had a little video somewhere that we were all going to die. But my favourite part, of course, was that one of your lead characters was the captain of a city cat. And I think that was just amazing. So we just love that you weave the story of Brisbane into your creations. And again, we are just so proud of all that you've done. It was a fabulous presentation for us. I know that everybody in the chamber wishes you all the very best and a great deal more success. And we look forward to what 2032 will provide with your amazing creations. So thanks very much, guys.
Thank you, Councillor Howard, and thank you, gentlemen, for coming in. Appreciate it. Thank you. Councillors, are there any questions of the Lord Mayor or a Civic Cabinet Chair of any of the standing committees? Councillor Huang.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is to the Deputy Mayor. Deputy Mayor, the Sri Lanka Council is keeping Brisbane moving while keeping rates low. Today's annual report and consolidated financial statements show that our plan is working. Can you please update the Chamber on how the Sri Lanka Council has continued to manage ratepayers' money responsibly over the most recent financial years?
Deputy Mayor.
Thanks, Madam Chair, and thanks to Councillor Huang for the question. The items before us in the chamber today are the annual report and consolidated financial statements for the period ending June 2025. It's a report on the entire financial year just gone, and importantly, our performance against the budget and annual operational plan the Lord Mayor handed down last June. We made 5 key commitments to the people of Brisbane last March. Those were keeping the pressure off rates and rents, and we've delivered that with another surplus result, reduced net debt and the cheapest rates in South East Queensland. Easing congestion, Madam Chair, with better roads like the Moggill Road corridor upgrade and commencing the next stage of the Beams Road upgrade. Improving public transport with the launch of the Brisbane Metro and Brisbane's new bus network, representing the biggest uplift to Brisbane's buses in more than a decade. Creating more to see and do with new park projects, the Kangaroo Point Bridge, another round of $2 summer dips and the new Brisbane International Cycle Park. And importantly, standing up for Brisbane on youth crime with the rollout of our mobile suburban safety cameras to all corners of Brisbane. With many households still feeling the pressure of higher living costs, we've worked hard to deliver another balanced result this financial year. A $314 million surplus to help buffer against unexpected cost increases. By living within our means, Madam Chair, we're keeping costs down for residents. And again, we've delivered the cheapest rates in South East Queensland while still driving down net debt. I've said it before, Madam Chair, but there really are just two choices: spend less or make residents pay more. Just like every household is closely scrutinising...
Councillor Cassidy. Deputy Mayor. Councillor Cassidy, I caution you. Deputy Mayor.
Just like every household is closely scrutinising every dollar in and out, I can assure residents that a council led by this Lord Mayor is doing the same. We will continue to do this to protect households
Councillor Griffiths,
from rising rates
I caution you.
and rents, Madam Chair. Brisbane residents do pay the cheapest rates in South East Queensland, with other councils charging residents anywhere between $317 and $702 more per year in rates. Brisbane City Council has a $4.1 billion budget, and we're the largest local government in Australia. And thanks to strong financial management, Brisbane residents do indeed get more but pay less. In addition to keeping rates the lowest in South East Queensland, we've...
You will remain quiet while another councillor is on their feet speaking. You're given that courtesy and I expect the same. Deputy Mayor.
In addition to keeping rates the lowest in South East Queensland, we've again delivered a range of cost of living measures. We saw another round of $2 summer dips last summer, and we continue to provide generous rate discounts and rebates to ratepayers to the tune of over $47 million. Over 270,000 owner-occupied ratepayers benefit from the $60 on-time rates payment discount, and more than 39,500 pensioners receive our pensioner rebate, which is by far and away the most generous pensioner rebate scheme in Queensland. Again, we can only achieve this by balancing the budget. We've been able to do this while focusing on driving down our net debt. Net debt in 24-25 is $3.61 billion, down from $3.7 billion forecast in June and on track to fall to $2.9 billion by 28-29. That's a 20% reduction. This is in stark contrast, Madam Chair, to other levels of government. While the Schrinner Council has a plan to pay down net debt, the state government's mid-year economic and fiscal review, which represents state Labor's last budget update, had the state's net debt increasing from $25 billion in 24-25 to $98 billion in 27-28, a whopping 287% increase. All of this, on top of the recent downgrade to the state's credit rating outlook, just demonstrates Labor's reckless management of public money. Federal Labor's recent pre-election budget shows their net debt is expected to increase from $556 billion to $714 billion. That's a 38% increase. So, Madam Chair, our $4.1 billion budget continues to strike the
Deputy
right
Mayor,
balance
your time
and
has
do the heavy
expired.
lifting.
Further questions? Councillor Griffiths.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And my question is to the Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor, there's one thing that we actually both agree on, and that is Brisbane is Australia's koala capital. In October, I'm hosting a koala party at Griffith Uni. The Griffith Uni Environmental Hub in Toohey Forest is a magnificent place, and it's Joey season in October. The event attracts hundreds of families, and we do the free koala spotting walks that I fund, so there is a win-win situation. And the win-win situation is the Griffith Uni environment students are trained and are paid for leading the walks, and children, locals and families and even people...
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Point of order, Deputy Mayor.
Is there a question coming?
I believe Councillor
Point of order,
Griffiths is
Madam
coming
Chair.
around to it now.
Point of
Point
order.
of order, Councillor Strong.
Yeah, I think he has 2 minutes to ask the question.
That's right.
Thanks for letting me know that, Councillor Strong. I do know that.
And I understand the LNP want to block the question, but I have spoken to you and I've actually met the Deputy Mayor on site at Griffith Uni. I want to know why you and your LNP administration refuse to support this great initiative, these wonderful koala walks, and why you keep blocking it. Can you tell the residents of Brisbane why you will not support free koala walks in Toohey Forest?
Lord Mayor.
Well, that's an interesting question. I'm glad to hear that Councillor Griffiths agrees that we are the koala capital. We certainly are. I'm glad to hear that he's going to the koala party. I had a koala party this morning at the Bulimba Creek Bikeway, and it was wonderful to see this morning a big fat koala on the bikeway and then making his way up the tree, looking very healthy. This was in just a matter of 200 metres from Carindale Shopping Centre. We have a thriving koala population and a very healthy one. So we do agree that Brisbane is the koala capital, and we have a clear record of supporting initiatives that support the health and well-being of the koala population, and whether that is through our bushland acquisition and preservation activities, whether it is through the koala food tree planting activities, whether it is through our support to get a world first vaccination approved, and it has actually just recently been approved for wider use. We supported the university research to get that approved for use. It was previously an experimental vaccination, and we're able to use that on koalas as part of the testing process and experimental. It is now approved for use around Australia, and that is something that happened here in Brisbane and something we supported.
One moment, please, Lord Mayor. Point of order, Councillor Griffiths.
Can I bring the Lord Mayor back to why he won't support the free koala walks at Griffith University, Toohey Forest?
And the Lord Mayor actually has 5 minutes to answer that question. Lord Mayor.
Well, why wouldn't I support a free walk? Obviously, it doesn't cost any money. Why wouldn't I? I don't know about this free koala walk that he's talking about, and so to try and create some kind of fate fight between Councillor Griffiths and this koala party, it's news to me. I don't know anything about it, but I'd be keen.
One moment.
I'd be
Again,
keen to
please,
hear
Lord
more.
Mayor. Sorry. Point of order, Councillor Griffiths.
I'm happy to table this for the Mayor.
Thanks. Lord Mayor.
So rather than claiming that I'm refusing to do something, I'd be keen to have a look at what it is he's asking for, or what it is this group's asking for, because, yeah, I do get a lot of correspondence, but this is not one I can remember receiving.
Point of order.
I don't remember.
Sorry, Lord Mayor. Point of order, Councillor Griffiths.
I have to claim misrepresentation.
I note your claim. Lord Mayor.
Councillor Griffiths has been on the Environment Committee for many years, and I'm not sure that this has been raised in the Environment Committee, but he wants to raise it now in question time as some kind of political point-scoring activity. Look, I can't recall ever hearing about this thing that Councillor Griffiths is talking about, but I'm certainly happy to have a look at it, because he knows that I love koalas. And he knows that I want to see the koala population in Brisbane thrive. So if there's something worth supporting, then, you know, we'll certainly consider supporting it. But how could I be against free koala walks? How could I be against free koala walks? So I'm happy to have a look at what Councillor Griffiths has tabled, and certainly always willing to do something that will support having a healthy and thriving koala population in Brisbane.
Councillor Griffiths, your point of misrepresentation.
Yes, I've actually spoken to the Lord Mayor in this chamber about this issue. I've spoken in the chamber about this issue, and I've met his deputy, Fiona, on site at Griffith University and talked about this issue. So for the Lord Mayor to say he knows nothing about it is not, well, not accurate.
Further questions, sorry. Councillor Gibney.
My question is to the Chair of the Environment, Parks and Sustainability Committee, to Councillor Davis. Councillor Davis, the Schrinner Council is making Brisbane's lifestyle even better by delivering world-class public spaces like the award-winning Hanlon Park, Bradbury Park and now the Archerfield Wetlands District Park. With so much competition, can you please update the Chamber on which one of our projects took home the Queensland Park of the Year award?
Councillor Davis.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, and through you, I'd like to thank Councillor Givney for the question. I absolutely agree with Councillor Gibney that it can be very hard to keep track of all of the awards that have been given to our wonderful parks, so I'm very pleased to be able to give an exciting update in the chamber today. But before I come to those most recent awards, I think that I'd like to reflect on some of the other parks around the city for which we have received some award honours. Madam Chair, Hanlon Park is a fantastic example of urban renewal and has now become one of Brisbane's most celebrated green spaces, as well as providing improved flood resilience for the area. Back in 2023, Hanlon Park won a series of national awards, including for excellence in parks and open space, for landscape architecture and land management, and for climate positive design. Also, stormwater management and waterway rejuvenation. But more importantly, its revitalisation means that local residents have access to a vibrant, accessible and beautifully landscaped environment that supports recreation, relaxation and community connection. Then, Madam Chair, as Councillor Givney also mentioned, there's the playscape at Bradbury Park, which of course is a standout example of innovative design which has earned national recognition for excellence. Back in 2024, the park was awarded Best Play Space over $500,000 in the Parks and Leisure Australian National Awards, which is a wonderful accolade that celebrates its imaginative layout, inclusive features and contribution to Brisbane's outdoor lifestyle, and I can tell you that my grandchildren gave it a 10 out of 10. This award reflects our commitment to delivering high-quality recreational spaces that inspire play, creativity and connection. The playscape at Bradbury Park has quickly become much beloved in the local area and draws from across the city. It's a great destination for families and its success has added yet another honour to our growing cabinet of park achievements. But Madam Chair, as Councillor Givney has alluded to, the real star of the show this week is Archerfield Wetlands District Park, which at last week's Regional Parks and Leisure Australia Awards has now officially been crowned Queensland's Park of the Year. This is a prestigious recognition that celebrates its transformation into one of Brisbane's best loved green spaces. Archerfield Wetlands District Park is a shining example of how thoughtful design, sustainability and community engagement can come together to create a truly world-class public space, and we were delighted that Brisbane Sustainability Agency were able to deliver it on our behalf as part of the Oxley Creek Transformation Project. Madam Chair, you may not know that it once was home to a wastewater treatment plant, but today, of course, it stands as a thriving district park that has redefined what urban renewal can look like. The project is a testament to the Schrinner Council's commitment to investing in our suburbs, with a guaranteed 80%, of course, of the city's investment directed to the suburbs around Brisbane. Archerfield Wetlands is not just an award-winning park, it's a symbol of that investment paying off. One of the standout features of the park is its bespoke adventure playscape, which draws its inspiration from the site's industrial heritage. And rather than clearing away the remnants of the past, the design team embraced them. They repurposed some of the original infrastructure into more imaginative play elements. And this approach has not only added to the unique architectural character of the park, but also reinforces the sustainability credentials. The children can get out and have a great time safely climbing, exploring the structure, and it's important that it does tell the history of the local area. It's created a rich, sort of layered experience that blends both education of the past along with recreation. The playscape is complemented by expansive green spaces, walking trails and wetland restoration that supports biodiversity and ecological health. There's much more to say about the park, but I think it's important that we also mention that at that event, we also brought home 2 further awards, a commendation for the urban pump track at Hurston and the Brisbane International Cycle Park at Murray Rec Reserve, which was named the regional winner of the Community Facility of the Year. As Brisbane continues to evolve and grow, Madam Chair, we want our parks and spaces to be places where we can all be very proud. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Further questions? Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Chair. My question is to the Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor, in May this year I lodged 10 requests for information on Story Bridge inspections. I was told it would be too time-consuming for council officers to give me a response at all. In June, I narrowed my questioning to focus on the gantry, concrete spans and steel spans on the bridge, but those requests were also denied. So I sought information via questions on notice. None of my 12 questions on notice regarding the Story Bridge maintenance were answered. I've even moved a motion in this chamber to have information on the Story Bridge restoration spend released, but that was of course blocked by LNP councillors. It is our role as opposition councillors to seek information to hold the administration to account, but getting facts and data out of this regime has been like pulling teeth. Why are you leading the city's biggest cover-up on the Story Bridge?
Lord Mayor.
I wonder if any of those reports that Councillor Cassidy has been given he's actually read. Because we know he loves to request things and ask questions and then not actually read the reports that he's given. We know that he loves to ask questions and then not actually listen to the answer.
Madam Chair.
Moment, please, Lord Mayor. Point of order, Councillor Strong.
The Lord Mayor is debating the question. Could you please bring him back?
Thank you,
to the
Councillor
answer.
Strong. Lord Mayor.
As far as I'm aware, and I don't have a role in the information request process, as far as I'm aware though, Councillor Cassidy has been given thousands of pages of information. And the information that he's given, he quite clearly hasn't read because he continues to peddle mistruths.
One moment, please, Lord Mayor. Point of order, Councillor Cassidy.
I claim to be misrepresented.
I note your claim. Lord Mayor.
So, Councillor Cassidy, you're talking about a process that has no involvement from me and no involvement from my office. This is a process that is managed under legislation by the council officers. And so I don't know what you're accusing them of, but the reality is...
One moment, please, Lord Mayor. Point of order, Councillor Johnston.
Yes, Madam Chair. I think this is problematic statement by the Lord Mayor. The chairs are responsible for answering questions on notice. That is the advice we've been given. The Lord Mayor is providing false information to Council.
I don't uphold your point of order. And if you have concerns, as I say, you can all raise them in general business. Lord Mayor is answering the question. Lord Mayor.
Well, the reality is, Madam Chair, that there's been some absolutely and patently false claims that have been made. The suggestion that somehow I'm blocking access to information is just ludicrous and untrue. I don't get involved in this process at all. I don't know what Councillor Cassidy has asked for or what he hasn't asked for, but I know that he's been given thousands of pages of documents. He's been given engineering reports. He's been given oodles of information.
Point of order, Councillor Cassidy.
I think the Lord Mayor is deeply confused. I'm not talking about the files on the footpaths of Story Bridge. I was very clearly talking about the structure itself. I laid that out very simply. I'm sure the Lord Mayor was listening. And he's to answer my question, not some made-up question in his own head.
The Lord Mayor has 5 minutes to answer your question. Lord Mayor.
Well, as I was saying, I don't know what he's asked for. I don't know the nature of the request. I haven't seen these requests. They don't come to me. But what I can say is that our independent report said that the Story Bridge has around 20 years of life left in it. That's right. So Councillor Cassidy is quite clearly someone who hasn't read the independent report on the Story Bridge, because if he had, he wouldn't be talking about a toll, and if he had, he wouldn't be asking questions that have already been answered in that independent report. Now, the independent report highlights very clearly that we've been good stewards of the bridge. The independent report highlights that we've invested $120 million on the bridge in the last 20 years, including $80 million in the last period that I've been the Lord Mayor. And it also says that over the next 15 to 20 years, there'll need to be further major restoration works done. And so I would suggest that if Councillor Cassidy is looking for information, he should start by reading all the information he's been given, and he should start by having a look, obviously for the first time, at the independent report that was prepared by external experts on the Story Bridge. Now, as part of the current business case that's been funded with the help of the federal government, there's more work that will continue to be going on. And there's questions that we cannot answer yet because we don't have the answers to them. And I can't, for example,
do not call out.
I can't, for example, answer exactly how much the 15 to 20 year restoration project will cost because we don't actually have that information. That work is ongoing.
Point of order.
I can't answer.
Lord Mayor. Point of order, Councillor Cassidy.
On relevance, nobody is asking for what the Lord Mayor is talking about. That's not what was in my question. My question is releasing the files that we have sought through requests for information, the questions on answer that the LNP chairs have refused, and the motion that the LNP has blocked, releasing the details that is contained in the maintenance records of the bridge. I don't know what the Lord Mayor is talking about. Could you bring him back to the question, Chair?
Thank you. Lord Mayor.
Well, I think I've already answered this. I don't have a role in releasing this information. That's right. We meet our legal and legislative obligations when it comes to the release of information, and I can tell you that they are the highest standards of accountability and transparency at any level of government. Higher than the state government, higher than the federal government, and in fact, opposition councillors in the Brisbane City Council have access to more information than opposition at any other level of government.
1 moment, please, Lord Mayor. Thank you, councillors. Point of order, Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Chair. You can put your money where your mouth is right now, Lord Mayor. I move that the motion currently lying on the table that this council immediately publishes a breakdown of expenditure of Story Bridge maintenance as stated in the Story Bridge Restoration Preserving a National Icon Committee Report, May 2025, for the following items. 2019 to present, new steel coatings and extensive concrete and steel repairs. 2019 to 24, paint restoration spans 1 to 7. 2023, light pole refurbishment. 2024, refurbishment of bearings and spans 4 to 7. And 2024, strengthening of trusses and spans 5 to 6.
Seconded.
It's been moved by Councillor Cassidy and seconded by Councillor Kim that the motion from the 10th of June 2025 be taken off the table. This is a procedural motion, so I now put it to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against no. No. The noes have
Division.
Seconded.
Division called by Councillor Cassidy and seconded by Councillor Griffiths. Ayes to my right and noes to my left. Please don't call out Councillor Cassidy. Clerks, please ring the bell.
You keep blocking. It's on the agenda. But the Lord Mayor is so transparent, isn't he? Won't even debate it.
Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the noes have it, the voting being 8 in favour and 16 against.
Vote is lost. Thank you. Councillors, resume your seats. Councillors, resume your seats. Lord Mayor.
Sorry, is this finishing the question? Yep, okay, good. So in the thousands of pages of information that Councillor Cassidy has already been provided, he hasn't found a smoking gun. And I can tell you, you won't find one because it doesn't exist. And so keep trying to make stuff up, keep trying to peddle mistruths and misinformation. But the reality is, it says it all in the independent report. Council has been a good custodian of the Story Bridge, and Council has invested heavily in the Story Bridge.
Councillor Cassidy, I caution you again, and Councillor Strunk.
And our council continues to invest in the Story Bridge. Now, it's interesting because the latest work that's going on this year is further restoration and maintenance works, and also the replacement of the footpath. And what has Labor done in response to that?
Councillor Massey, I caution you.
They've complained and opposed the
Lord Mayor,
restoration
your
of the
time
footpath.
has expired. Councillor Cassidy, your point of misrepresentation.
Oh, thanks very much, Chair. The Lord Mayor claimed I had been given all this information in the so-called thousands of pages that he referred to. That was specifically relating to footpaths. The LNP cover-up on the bridge itself continues in denials of answers through questions on notice, requests for information, and even a debate, as we've found today, on a motion that was on the agenda of Council. So the LNP cover-up continues today.
Further questions? Councillor Wolfe.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And my question is to the Chair of Communities and the Arts Committee, Councillor Howard. Councillor Howard, the Shrinner Council is making Brisbane's lifestyle even better by creating more to see and do and supporting long-time community favourites like Night Feast. Can you please advise the Chamber about what's on for this year's activation?
Councillor Howard.
Well, thank you, Chair, and through you I thank Councillor Wolfe for the question. And of course it's always a pleasure to speak about the ways that this Shrinner Council is making Brisbane's lifestyle even better. And Night Feast is a shining example of that commitment. Now in its 4th season, Night Feast has become one of Brisbane's most anticipated cultural events. It's a month-long celebration of food, art and music that transforms the Brisbane Powerhouse precinct into a glowing, immersive playground. And this year, from the 15th of October to the 9th of November, Night Feast 2025 promises to be more spectacular than ever. Night Feast is where culinary excellence meets creative expression. It's where smoky grills meet sizzling woks, where neon-lit alleyways pulse with music, and where every corner invites discovery. It's a feast for the senses and a feast for the soul. This year's food lineup is nothing short of extraordinary. 20 of Brisbane's most beloved dining establishments are returning, including Southside, Louis B, Wonder Bayo, Gelato Messina, La Mano, Bugsters, Hoi Pinoy, Biblos, Donna Chang, Kalida and Lex Thai, who are debuting a new concept this year, Siam Smash House. Joining them are some exciting new names as well. Otto Brisbane, bringing their modern Italian flair. Olay with Latin-infused flavours. Downtown Istanbul from Hawthorne. Layla from West End with spice-loaded dishes, and Knock Knock, a hidden cocktail gem collaborating with Honey and Yolko. Burn City Smokers and the world-famous Loon will also be baking their iconic croissants after dark for the very first time. Each restaurant is creating a Night Feast-only dish. These are one-time-only creations that you won't find anywhere else. Think about Otto's deep-fried lasagna bites, Hoi Ponoi's Filipino classic, I know I'm making you all hungry now, and Loon's limited edition Lamington Croissant Cube. Doesn't that sound very Australian? Now, once they're gone, they are gone. But Night Feast isn't just about food, Chair. It's about art that demands attention. And this year's program includes large-scale installations and live DJ sets that bring the precinct to life. Returning artist Leroy New unveils his latest work, and I hope I'm saying this right, To Be Gone. A fantastical exploration of the spirits that dwell beneath the seas, constructed entirely from locally sourced recycled materials. Brisbane-based Michael Rustichelli is presenting a bold, large-scale exhibition taking over the Fairfax studio. And running alongside Night Feast is the Melt Festival of Queer Arts and Culture from the 22nd of October to the 9th of November. This citywide celebration adds even more colour, creativity and inclusivity to the precinct. Cementing Brisbane's place as a city that proudly celebrates diversity and lives and breathes the arts, of course, Night Feast is also about community. It's about creating spaces where people can come together, families, friends, neighbours and visitors, to share a meal, to enjoy a performance and to feel part of something bigger. It's about the joy of bumping into someone that you haven't seen in years, the delight of discovering a new dish that you'll be talking about for weeks, and the simple pleasure of sitting under the stars with good food and good company. And it's also about supporting our local creative community. Night Feast brings chefs, artists, performers, producers and technicians, all contributing to a vibrant, thriving cultural sector that makes Brisbane such a special place to live. It's a boost for our local businesses too. From the restaurants and food trucks to the lighting crews, stage managers and security teams. Night Feast creates jobs, drives visitation and injects energy into our nighttime economy. Last year, Night Feast drew more than 125,000 visitors to the Brisbane Powerhouse precinct. That's 125,000 people supporting local businesses, engaging with local artists and experiencing the best of what Brisbane has to offer. This year, we're expecting even more. Because Night Feast isn't just an event, it's a statement, Chair. It says that Brisbane is a city that values creativity, celebrates culture and knows how to have fun. So come ready to devour the night, come ready to experience the magic that only Brisbane Night Feast can offer, and Night Feast 2025 is just round the corner. It's going to be unforgettable.
Councillor Howard, your time has expired. Further questions, Councillor Massey.
Thank you, Chair. My question is for Councillor Perry, Acting Chair of Infrastructure. The pedestrian crossing on Park Road at Dudding Park sits on the crest of a hill with restricted lines of sight that force drivers to suddenly brake or even worse, ignore people crossing the road. This exposes children, residents and families and the crossing supervisor to foreseeable danger, despite years of advocacy from the school, local residents, myself and previous councillors. No safe upgrade has been delivered. The risk is even greater now, with the crossing being left unsupervised for the past 2 months. What actions and timeframes will the infrastructure program commit to for a safe upgrade, and what measures will council take to protect children, residents and family until then?
Councillor Parry.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to Councillor Massey for the question. I do remember you bringing this up a few weeks ago in general business as well, and I'm more than happy to look into it and see sort of what's going on. My understanding is with crossing supervisors, though, they are provided by the Department of Transport and Main Roads, so we will need to work with them to understand why they're not there, because that is a concern. And I'm more than happy to write to the State Transport Minister about that, if need be, if that's what's required. In the meantime, I'll work with my area to see what can be done to improve safety. For those of you who may not be familiar with the area, this is the road not too far from where Ribbits used to be. That was an icon once upon a time, and obviously Boggo Road and all of that development that's happening there. Lots going on in the area, and I do appreciate that there are lots of local families that will be wanting a safer way for their kids to get across that busy road.
Point of
It's
order,
around the
Councillor.
corner. Just point of order, just thank you. But nonetheless, the question was what actions specifically and the time frame.
That's not a point of order, Councillor Massey. Further questions? Councillor Dixon.
My question is to the Chair of the Customer Services Committee, Councillor Hutton. Councillor Hutton, the Schrinner Council is making Brisbane's lifestyle even better by providing more to see and do in our libraries. Can you please update the Chamber on the success of our most recent Gold Star and Little Star reading program?
Point of order.
Point of order, Councillor Cassidy.
Councillor Parry clearly hadn't finished answering and you just cut her off.
I'm sorry, I didn't. She actually had finished, if you were listening. That's right. Thank you. And Councillor Parry had finished. And I ask you all to remain quiet while others are on their feet answering your questions. Councillor Dixon. Sorry. No, Councillor Hutton.
Thank you, Chair, and I'd like to thank Councillor Dixon for the question. I am so thrilled to be talking about our Gold Star and Little Star program today, which encourages our youngest residents to build their love of learning. Now, many of you may not know, but the story actually began back in 2004 in your neck of the woods, Madam Chair, in Bracken Ridge Library, and that was the birth of the Gold Star program. Then in 2016, Little Star was born, and that was actually done through the State Library of Queensland under the First Five Forever initiative. And that obviously inspires a love of reading for our very, very young readers from birth to 5 years. Together, these clubs have actually created a pathway for children to grow up with reading as part of their daily lives. And since its inception, they've reached more than 125,000 children across our city. Now, Chair, we all know how important this program is. Just 10 minutes of reading a day can expose children up to 600,000 words that not only builds their vocabulary, it strengthens their language and it sparks imagination. But most importantly, it builds their love of reading. Now, I'm very proud to announce that this year, more than 6,100 children participated in our program. Now, that is a 25% increase on our figures from last year. So I do want to say a big thank you to all the councillors and the community members who actually went and shared all of the information about these programs, because it has actually seen such an increase. That's thousands of families engaging with their local librarians and their local library and making reading part of their everyday lives. Now, Chair, there's more than 30 award ceremonies being held across our city, and I'm sure many of the councillors in the room have been there, but we've also had a couple of pop-up sites, one in Pollara and one in Frew Park as well. These ceremonies are always the highlight of the year, not only for the children, but for the councillors as well. And I know the Lord Mayor had a great time on Saturday at Ashgrove Library together with Councillor Toomey, and where he was able to join with celebrating the achievements of our young readers in the community. I also had the privilege of attending my local ceremony at Mount Omni Library last week, and it was wonderful to congratulate all of those young people and inspire them to continue to read. But Chair, as you know, it's not just the children's favourite part, but I think the councillors enjoy this bit too. Everyone loves the cake. Now, that is such an important part of this ceremony. It's not just about the medals, it's also about the cake. But I wanted to share a couple of stories from what the program has been able to achieve this year. At Inala Library, we met Heidi's family, who had just moved to Brisbane from Cairns. Now, they actually acknowledged that there's nothing like this back up in Cairns and praised the staff for giving them such a warm welcome. They were all there with smiles at the ceremonies, and they said it was a perfect way to connect with their new library and their new city. At Stones Corner, Jackie attended the awards ceremony with her granddaughter Matilda. She said the environment was fun, the kids were buzzing with excitement, and the medals just made them so proud. Then we have Scarlett from Sunnybank Hills, who turned her award into a golden moment, Madam Chair. She went op shopping for the perfect dress, and she actually made a necklace that spelt out, "I love books." It was a beautiful celebration for her love of reading. And at Cooper's Plains, a customer told staff, "It's our second year and we love this event. The ceremony is a little chaotic, but wonderful." The team was shown photos of forts, picnics and creative stories that children had made through the challenges in the program, and were even gifted a picture of Dogman and drawings of the Gruffalo. That is the kind of joy and creativity that this program inspires. Chair, this program's success reflects the dedication of our wonderful library staff who bring it to life each and every year. I want to place on record my thanks to all of our librarians and the support staff across Brisbane, and in particular our City Librarian Nadia, whose leadership has been instrumental in the growth of the Little Star and Gold Star Reading Club and what we see today. Now, Chair, I know we love the excitement and the pride, but it's super simple. It's the joy and love of reading. And it's just another example of how our Schrinner Council is delivering programs in our suburbs that make Brisbane an even better place to live.
Point of order, Chair.
Point of order, Councillor.
Yep, I just would like to submit some things on the record in relation to the Dutton Park crossing, because it's actually in a different location. This was a letter that was delivered and sent to Councillor Parry recently, and also here is one from the Dutton Park PNC Association that also goes through the history and the work that's been done in relation to it.
I'm sorry to pull you up, but that should have been tabled during your question. So do you want to do it in GB?
I can table whenever I want, can't I?
We're very short on time.
I'm sorry, there's no rule against tabling.
You're very short on time, and I will allow one more question. Councillor Kim was on her feet ready to speak, so Councillor Kim.
Thank you, Billy.
Thank you, Chair. My question is to the Lord Mayor. We've recently seen contracts come through this chamber which make it clear that building costs in Brisbane have gone up, including steel, sand and concrete. The changes to the CEF policy in today's ENC confirms that project costs are increasing. Your own councillor, Councillor Adams, said recently that the amount allocated via the Suburban Enhancement Fund to our wards doesn't cover what needs to be built. But it's barely increased this year. Instead of throwing millions of dollars at marketing, international travel and catering, why aren't you listening to your own councillors and putting that investment into the suburbs where it's needed?
Lord Mayor.
Well, certainly there's always more to be done, and there's always more to be done than we have money available for. That's why we have to make decisions to balance the budget. But ultimately, each councillor in this place gets over $2 million in a term through the Suburban Enhancement Fund. That's within the control of the local councillor to decide what projects they would like to fund. And whether it's park upgrades, whether it's footpaths, they get the opportunity to work with their community and invest that $2 million plus per ward, per councillor over the term. And I know that councillors use it well, and I know that they appreciate the opportunity to have that, that fund available to them. And obviously this is over and above ongoing council projects and capital listed projects that are listed in the budget.
Point of order, Councillor Griffiths.
Part of the question included Councillor Adams recently said there wasn't enough funding to do the basics.
Not a point of order. The Lord Mayor has heard the question and it wasn't yours, and he's answering the question. Thank you. If you've got an issue, GB. Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Griffiths, for mansplaining what Councillor Adams apparently said, but I know she didn't actually say that because Councillor Adams is one of the councillors that very actively...
Councillor Cassidy, I caution you again.
That very actively uses the CEF funding available to her to do important community upgrades.
Lord Mayor.
On relevance, I feel like the Lord Mayor would like to claim that Councillor Griffiths is mansplaining. I think he's mansplaining our question over here as well.
He has 5 minutes to answer the question, and you're all eating into that time. Lord Mayor.
And so, if this question is fundamentally about investment in the suburbs, well then I can say that more than 86% of the entire council budget is invested in the suburbs in important initiatives.
Councillors.
And you can hear them squawking over there because they know that the arguments they try and put forward don't have any basis in fact, because we make sure that 80% plus of the council budget goes into the suburbs each and every year. That was a commitment we made to the people of Brisbane, and every single year we've not only met that commitment but exceeded that target with this year 85%, and in previous years it's been 87%, 89%. There's been multiple years where we've significantly
Lord
exceeded
Mayor,
that
your
commitment.
time has expired. Councillors, that now ends question time. Lord Mayor, Establishment and Coordination Committee report of 8th of September 2025.
Madam Chair, I move the report of the Establishment and Coordination Committee meeting held on Monday, 8th of September 2025 be adopted.
Seconded.
It has been moved by the Lord Mayor and seconded by the Deputy Mayor that the report of the Establishment and Coordination Committee meeting dated Monday the 8th of September 2025 be adopted. Lord
Point
Mayor.
of order.
Point of order, Councillor Cassidy.
Could I ask that several items be taken considered for debate, and I'll go through them now. A and B together, then C and D together, then E and F together, and then G, H and I together.
I'll just read that out. This is for debate and voting. A and B, C and D, E and F, G, H, I. Lord Mayor, A and B.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. The first thing I wanted to do is to table the Queensland Audit Office Final Management Report for 2025. This is... Sorry, I'll just... There we go, thank you. They've completed their financial audit, and the Auditor General has issued an unmodified audit opinion, which is what you're after with this report, of Council's consolidated financial statements for the last financial year. The results from Council's financial audit will be included in the report to Parliament on the results of the local government sector more broadly. 4 internal control recommendations and 1 other observation has been made by the Queensland Audit Office in the 2025 final report. All of these are being responded to, as we always do. The final report also includes 15 observations previously reported, and that of the 15 observations previously reported, 9 internal controls have been resolved, 1 internal control that was re-raised, and 5 other matters that have been resolved. And so I do table this report. I wanted to speak on some of the quite disturbing things that have happened since last time we met globally. And the shocking instances of political violence that we've seen, particularly in the United States, but also some really concerning things that have come in Australia and sometimes even in Brisbane that have happened as well. Now, the United States has sadly a long history of political violence, and assassinations unfortunately are all too common in United States history. But one thing that I think is truly shocking is when you see people actively celebrating someone's murder. And so while it is shocking to see someone assassinated because of their political views, it is even more shocking to see that death, that murder being celebrated as though it was a good thing. Now, it's a timely reminder that we don't ever want to see this sort of thing happening in Australia. And while we have a different political system to the United States, I fear that because of the close connection now through social media and various other channels that people have with what's happening around the world, that trends and things that are sadly normal in other places may become normal here. And we don't want to see that. We've seen rallies and counter-rallies, protests and counter-protests happening in Australia and here. We've seen huge rallies and counter-rallies happening in the United Kingdom. And I'm sure I'm not the only one that feels a high level of concern and discomfort about the way things might be heading if things continue on this path. We saw at a recent football game someone making a Nazi salute, and they brightly had the book thrown at them. We've seen people waving terrorist flags at marches. These are things that to some people might seem like, oh, that's an isolated thing and that's just a particular individual, but we need to be really clear that we don't allow this sort of thing to be normalised here. Because Brisbane is different. And we're not just different to the United States, we're different to Sydney and Melbourne as well. Because we've seen things happen in Sydney and Melbourne which are completely unacceptable and concerning. We've seen fire bombings of synagogues. We've seen people on the streets chanting death to the IDF, and just things that on both sides of the political spectrum, on both extremes, on the extreme left and the extreme right, are completely unacceptable and are not something we should ever allow to become accepted or tolerated or something that we turn a blind eye to. Brisbane is the city where we support each other, the city that more than 1 in 3 people were born overseas, a very multicultural and diverse city, a city where people talk to each other, a city where people help each other in need, a city where when natural disaster strikes, we go and help total strangers. We form into mud armies, we cook for people, we support people, we help people. And you see situations happening like the senseless murder of the Ukrainian refugee in the United States just recently, where she just finished a shift at work. She was on a tram going home. She was just having a look at her phone and she was senselessly and brutally murdered. And if that's not shocking enough, what was more shocking was the fact that no one did anything. So it makes me grateful that we have a city where we don't accept that, and where when we're on public transport, people take the time to do those simple things like saying thank you to the driver. Where I would like to think that if someone gets into trouble or gets into danger, that people will come to their help. And I know this happens because each year I'm involved in the Australian Bravery Awards. And these awards are presented to both people in our emergency services, but just ordinary Australians who happen to stop to help someone in a time of need. And every time you hear those stories read out, it's clear that these people have gone above and beyond, and they had a choice to make. Will I do something? Will I put myself in danger to help someone else and someone that I don't even know? Or will I just be a bystander that gets my phone out and films it? And I'm proud to say that ordinary Australians, in the main, will help each other. They'll do something. If someone has an incident in a dog park where there's a dog attack, other people come in and they try and help and they support each other. But this is something that can easily be lost in our community because we've seen it be lost all around the world. We've seen some places get to the point where people don't look each other in the eye, they don't know their neighbours, there's no sense of community, and it's every person for themselves. And if someone gets into danger, other people won't do anything. And I think that we're potentially at a turning point where we can choose what happens next here. And so I think as leaders of our community, and every single person in this chamber is a leader in their community, we need to remind each other that we're not like that. We're not like the United States. We're not like the United Kingdom. We're not like other places where people don't look out for each other, where the political extremes have become even more extreme. We can't control what happens in Sydney and Melbourne either, but we can have an influence on what happens in Brisbane, and we should. And so, at a time when there's great uncertainty and great concern in the community about the way the world is heading, whether it's conflicts or extremism, whether it's acts of terrorism, discrimination and political violence, we never want to see that come here. And if it does come here, we must forcefully push back and say no. Because that doesn't happen in Brisbane, it shouldn't happen in Brisbane, and we shouldn't tolerate it happening in Brisbane. Because if we're quiet, and if we just become bystanders, we know what will happen. Because it's happened in countless other places. And so let's channel the spirit of Brisbane, spirit that comes together in times of adversity, in times of natural disasters, in times of floods. Let's channel the spirit of Brisbane that comes together when the Lions win and the Broncos win, where people from all different walks of life, all different cultural backgrounds come together because we are on Team Brisbane.
Lord Mayor, your time has
Move
expired.
for an extension, Madam Chair.
Seconded.
It's been moved for an extension by the Deputy Mayor and seconded by Councillor Dixon. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against no. The ayes have it. Lord Mayor.
Because it would be easy to think that these are factors beyond our control and there are forces here that we can't stop. But you know what? We should try to stop them. We should try to make sure that Brisbane is different, because it is already different, but that can be lost. So I'd simply say, as the leaders of the city, let's remember that. Let's remember that we are different here. There's a reason for that. It's a great thing about our city, but it's a fragile balance. And so let's do what we can to make sure that this stays a harmonious place, this stays a safe place, and this stays a place where people come together. This stays a place where people thank the bus driver. This stays a place where people can look each other in the eye. This stays a place where people talk to their neighbours and know their neighbours and help their neighbours. These are simple things that we can help encourage and support. We can't change the world, but we can have an influence here. As I always do, I wanted to just reflect on the light up schedule for this week. Last night, the Story Bridge, the Kangaroo Point Bridge were lit up in teal to support Dementia Action Week, which involves World Alzheimer's Day this Sunday. City Hall was lit up in blue, white and red last night to celebrate Costa Rica's Independence Day, commemorating the nation's declaration of independence from Spain on the 15th of September 1821. Tonight, City Hall and Redcliffe Place will be lit up in pink again for the Brisbane Festival. The Kangaroo Point and Story Bridge will be lit up in red, yellow and black to celebrate the 50th anniversary of the independence of Papua New Guinea from Queensland, in fact. And so it was great to see the Prime Minister getting behind this commemoration and celebration, and it's an important one because this is our closest neighbour, and we have such a shared history, and we're the best of friends, and it's something we should celebrate and commemorate, the relationship with Papua New Guinea. Tomorrow, the assets will be lit once again in pink for Brisbane Festival. On Friday night, they'll be lit in orange to support and celebrate the Brisbane Portrait Prize opening night. And on Saturday, our assets will be lit up in rainbow colours to celebrate the Brisbane Pride Festival. And obviously the Pride March is happening on Saturday. At the same time as the Pride March is happening, there's also another march happening as well. And it's not a protest, but it is the freedom of entry to the City of Brisbane for the 8th and 9th Royal Australian Regiment based at Enoggera. And so this is not something that happens very often, but military units that have the freedom of entry to the city will occasionally parade their colours on the streets, and that's what's happening this Saturday. So certainly something that we should also celebrate and get involved with, and you're all welcome to come if you don't have other commitments, but you know, it's something where we get the chance to honour our servicemen and women as well for the sacrifices that they made and that they continue to make to making sure that we are a free and democratic nation. On Sunday, our assets will be lit up in green to support World Mitochondrial Disease Week and raising funds and awareness in support of finding a cure. In other matters, I just wanted to provide an update on the green bin rollout, which is obviously the biggest change to waste collection services we've had in a very long time. We first introduced green bins in Brisbane as an opt-in service. I think it was back in 2010, 2011 from memory. And so one of the first councils in Queensland to do that. But now to be moving to a business as usual service is an important step and will help us recycle more green waste. We've had 75 suburbs completed so far with almost 55,000 additional bins delivered. And just remembering there was already around 140,000 bins out there before the rollout started. And so in just 2.5 months, the rollout is over a third of the way complete. A further 9,000 green bins will be delivered this week in Brighton, Darra, Deagon, Durack, Inala, Sandgate, Shorncliffe and Willawong. Also wanted to just update everyone on the opening of the tunnel on Adelaide Street, or under Adelaide Street, which will go into service on the 29th of September, but before then there's the open day on the 24th, which is next Wednesday. I can say that we've had all of the tickets fully booked with around 3,000 people wanting to go and get a ticket for that event. And so it'd be good to have them have that sneak peek into the tunnel before it starts operating, because once it starts operating, we don't intend on stopping operating very often. And it's a good opportunity to see what's been achieved there. But credit goes to the project team and particularly the innovative way that that tunnel was constructed. The original plan, it was thought that it would need to be a cut and cover tunnel because at parts it's only 3 metres below the surface of the road. And so that cut and cover a tunnel would have required significant impact. Can you imagine if there was a rolling work site along Adelaide Street as the road was dug up and then the tunnel built underneath? It would have also seen the loss of all of those beautiful leopard trees out on the street there, but obviously the innovative, some people don't like leopard trees, but I like those ones. And they certainly do add to the character of the street. And so the way that this tunnel was constructed was the first time this methodology has been used in Australia, and so I'm very proud of the team and it's a great outcome. And yes, it's also an important piece of congestion busting infrastructure because it will take 1,400 services a day underground and take them off the streets and help deal with the bottlenecks in the network. On item A, Madam Chairman, that's the Stones Corner Precinct Plan. This has already been to Council previously and we're in the process of finalising this particular set of changes. So we've been out to community consultation. We're now just going back to the state government for a final approval, and then after that it can become LAW law or it become part of the city plan. And obviously this is one of our suburban renewal precincts that we're keen to support to deliver more housing in the right places. And as we've talked about before, this is really well located in terms of accommodating some extra homes because it has great public transport, it's close to everything, and has also a great opportunity for renewal in the precinct as well. Item B is the Wynnum Centre Precinct Plan. This is at a different stage to the Stones Corner plan, but obviously just as important. And once again, Wynnum is an area that is a fantastic part of the city, but could also benefit from some revitalisation and more homes. And this is an exciting project that will help meet our housing targets, but also really turn what is an amazing part of the city into an even better part of the city as well. And as part of that, we're having a look at what else can be done in the precinct to improve things, and that includes even things like whether the movement system through the streets can be changed and whether parking arrangements can be changed, because obviously Wynnum is quite unique in that it has its own CBD, and like any CBD, parking is always at a premium, and so we're having a look at some of those options. Now, that's not part of the planning change here, but it's obviously part of the general plan for the precinct. So this draft plan before us seeks to make changes which include providing cross-block connections and arcades between streets to make walking and shopping easing the process of creating attractive retail and commercial spaces along Florence Street, Edith Street and Bay Terrace, updating the zoning and heights in suitable areas so that greater housing supply can be delivered, and establishing a new sub-precinct for land at Kalina Street, paving the way for a mixed-use and high-quality residential development. Obviously, we also have great public transport access there with the train station right nearby, and having more people in places like Wynnum means that there's more people that have access to public transport nearby as well. So this is another step in the process. We will see this again here, and obviously community consultation will be involved. I commend this item to the chamber.
Further speakers, Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Chair. I rise to speak on A and B in 3 minutes. So the Lord Mayor just spent 3 minutes in total talking about the centrepiece of his housing affordability plan for Brisbane. Just 3 minutes is all we heard about these precinct plans in clause A and B, which is Stones Corner and Wynnum Centre Suburban Renewal Precinct. And I guess that sort of gives you an indication, Chair, about the Lord Mayor's actual commitment and dedication to housing affordability here in Brisbane. Now, on these items, Chair, we support more housing being available for more people. Brisbane has clearly been very badly let down by its LNP council for the last 20 plus years. Now, the Lord Mayor has said these plans before us today and others like it, and the other policies of which he has brought in and incentives he's brought in and announced would solve Brisbane's housing crisis. We took the decision on this side of the chamber to support all of those initiatives for the last 2+ years, voting in favour of every single one of them. Lord Mayor and LNP chairs like to get up and make these spurious claims that we haven't supported the delivery of more affordable housing over the last few years. But where are the results? So we have sat here and we have listened to this Lord Mayor and listened to his chair of the City Planning Committee and the commitments that they have made to the people of Brisbane about reducing both the purchase price and rental price of houses in Brisbane through these plans. But where are the results? Brisbane is becoming more expensive to buy and more expensive to rent. We agree that it is better to build up than build out. Brisbane does not have much land left. Last week, we learned about the potential cost of living hikes by running out of industrial land, so we must obviously get the balance right. However, these plans must not just remain bits of paper and boundaries on maps and just remain as plans. We actually need to see housing delivered. Developers obviously play a critical role. They are the ones who physically build the majority of housing. However, we know why they are in it. For profit. It's not a controversial opinion to have, it's just the simple fact that developers build housing to make a profit. They're private companies. It's their business model, and they're joined in this profit model by investors seeking to drive up the cost of housing for a profit, and they're seeing massive opportunities at the moment, those speculative investors. But people want some assurance that there will be social, community and affordable housing too. We know that developers in general do not make the decision on their own to prioritise affordable housing to ensure people have a roof over their heads. It's not their business model. That's where governments and councils come into the equation, and that is critical because over the past 20 years, obviously, with the LNP in charge here in council, people have been priced out of Brisbane. out of the city that they were born in and grew up in, trying to raise their families in now. The sad reality is that despite us, Brisbane, being in a housing crisis, we have no idea when these homes will actually be built. The ones that we hear the Lord Mayor talk about, the ones we hear Councillor Allen talk about and other LNP councillors talk about a lot of talk, not a lot of action. And we know that none of the LNP Council's housing policies and initiatives have affordable housing targets in them. Not one single plan that's been brought, not one single housing strategy, and not one single policy for incentivising the delivery of housing has affordable housing targets in them. Now, I know the LNP will get up and try and claim I'm saying that council can enforce the delivery of social and affordable housing through changes to city plan. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about having strong targets and strong leadership and setting the scene here in Brisbane that as a council, this is what we want to see. A couple of weeks ago, we heard on the ABC from a chief economist at PRD Nationwide explain how the planning and zoning process in Brisbane is particularly difficult compared with other Queensland councils. The cumbersome and confusing process is leaving private housing in the ground here in Brisbane and leaving people in the dark about planning decisions as well, of course. And it can't be helped by an LNP state government, even after a year at the helm, swinging the axe at thousands of social and affordable homes that were set in motion previously and delaying the delivery of them by years now. People need to have trust in the institution of local government with clear planning laws everybody can understand, and we also need a council with a bold vision for a city that is affordable for everybody. We do control the levers of planning and development through the city plan. We should also be strong advocates on top of that with both our policies and those of every level of government that is actually working for the people of Brisbane. We can't have a situation where with enough cash and the right connections, local laws can be skirted to put industry ahead of community. We need also a genuine consultation process with the community that will be impacted so that any changes are made, and particularly these ones before us today, everybody knows what's at stake for the next generation or more, because what is decided and what is built is going to have an impact not just on, hopefully people very soon if we see accommodation coming out of the ground, but also generations of people. You think about the decisions that have been made around Brisbane. I've got 6 packs of units in the avenues of Sandgate that were constructed in the 1960s. It's a couple of generations ago now, so the decisions that are made will have impacts for generations to come. And they're a good thing, by the way. On Stones Corner, we saw the consultation report come back, which said there were just 59 submissions come back, including concerns around building heights and density, character and design, flooding and parking. We're pleased to see that some changes have been made to, amendments have been made following consultation while being realistic about what Brisbane needs to accommodate population growth. We do understand that. The state sent a letter back in January of this year to say that the state government was satisfied, noting that BCC will have to and is committed to preparing flood risk assessment to the area north of Old Cleveland Road. That's critical given what we've just learnt in the last 24 hours and will continue to learn about the effects of climate change on Brisbane and the effects of flooding in the suburbs of Brisbane, which is going to have catastrophic effects on our ability to house the number of people we need to in our city. That risk assessment has to go back to the state, so that's something that should be open and transparent, and we should hear talked about a lot more in this place. I do wonder in that risk assessment whether the LNP Council here will be saying to the state government, what effect their $200 million cut to the infrastructure budget will have about that. It's all well and good to do a risk assessment, but if you don't include the cuts to drainage infrastructure that have been made over successive years, is that a real risk assessment? Another reminder to this council is to obviously invest more in flood mitigation and less in the Lord Mayor's frequent flyer points and his overseas lifestyle and self-indulgent advertising. And that's something that was raised in question time today, and the Lord Mayor has little to no concern little to no concern about what is invested in the suburbs apart from his rhetoric and yeah, exactly, a well-rehearsed line, but no genuine answer. No genuine answer not just to us, but to LNP councils are raising these concerns as well. I don't think he'd want to dismiss them as easily as he dismisses Labor councillors into the future. Wynnum, the second plan here before us today, was first announced as one of 5 zones for high-density residential in August 2023. So now 2 years, you know, again, why the Lord Mayor only spends 3 minutes talking about these things. It takes him 2 years to commence any action on commitments that he makes. When this plan for Wynnum came to the Chamber in November last year, so again almost a year ago, there was no detail in it, of course, just a rough map to say it was near the train station, the same as what we saw for Alderley last week. We had a few somewhat aesthetic mock-ups of Mediterranean-style buildings and shop fronts, but just like everything else, no real substance, no sod turn, no foundations. The amendments before us today is just a boundary change to the renewal precinct for the boundary to be extended. So they're not really working at a fast pace, the LNP here. The precinct plan will include properties identified within the frame area to the east of the precinct plan area that was previously proposed. We certainly think there's a lot of opportunity out there, but want to make sure that it does not, the Bayside doesn't become another Tenerife or New Farm where there are many units and let alone houses that are completely out of reach for ordinary working class people. Considering the housing crisis we find ourselves in today, we definitely reiterate that council should be setting targets for social and affordable housing in these precincts because that is critical for Brisbane's
Cassidy,
future.
your time has expired. Any further questions? Deputy Mayor.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I rise to speak on item A, the Stones Corner Suburban Renewal Precinct, as the local councillor for this vibrant and growing community. This was the very first precinct plan introduced under the Suburban Renewal Program, originally launched in June last year, and it marks a major step forward in how we plan for housing and jobs in well-connected parts of our city. At its heart, this is about unlocking the potential for Stones Corner. We're creating new opportunities for housing in a location that already has strong transport links and great community assets during a time when housing availability has never been more needed. This initiative will see older and underutilised parts reimagined into modern mixed-use areas. It also, importantly, sends a clear signal to the market. We are serious about building vibrant, livable communities outside the very inner city of the city, because Stones Corner is already ahead of the curve when it comes to that. Public transport use here is well above average, and car ownership is lower than the citywide norm, a sign that this community is already embracing more sustainable modes of transport. The precinct is perfectly positioned. It's close to the metro, rail connections, the Velaway, and of course, our incredible Hanlon Park. It also boasts a thriving high street and a strong local character and identity. Council has worked in genuine partnership with residents, landowners, local businesses and community organisations to shape a shared vision for this area's future. Since the plan's announcement, we've worked through a comprehensive planning process, drafting the proposal, collaborating with the state government, seeking public input and shaping the final version now before us. As part of the state's review process, we were required to undertake a flood impact assessment for the area. Following expert guidance, the final plan includes a return to the current zoning under the city plan for land north of Old Cleveland Road, while also introducing new measures such as podium parking to better respond to potential flood risks. Through the consultation, in particular, residents have welcomed the emphasis on improved access to public spaces and transport options, and the increased focus on housing diversity and supply. In response to the feedback, the plan includes new pedestrian connections like small arcades and laneways that will allow for easier movement between blocks and better access to Hanlon Park. This vision will explore how we can deliver a wider range of housing options, as well as new opportunities for cafes, shops, services and local employment. The precinct could accommodate up to 2,300 new homes, and that's a meaningful boost to housing in an area that's already popular for its lifestyle and connectivity. We've also taken care to revise aspects of the draft to reflect what we heard from the community, making updates to some of the proposed arcades, as well as how the area is divided into sub-precincts, which will better match the local priorities. Alongside the final plan, the consultation report will be tabled, as we know, and it outlines in detail how feedback from residents was addressed and incorporated. Now, as we refer this updated plan to the state government for final consideration, we're hopeful of securing their support so that we can move forward, deliver more housing, support local businesses and strengthen one of Brisbane's most well-located suburbs. The precinct is ideally located near major hospitals and government services, making it a great option for key workers looking to live near where they work. I commend this item to the Chamber, Madam Chair, and I look forward to seeing Stones Corner continue to flourish as a result.
Further speakers? Councillor Strunk.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Listen, I rise to speak on item 8, the Stones Corner precinct plan. First of all, I'd like to say that certainly Stones Corner is a great site for a more high density accommodation. As the Deputy Mayor says, it's near a lot of services that people need. There's some concerns that I had in regards to, as the Leader of the Opposition said, is in regards to the flooding issue for that area. The current flood map says really the commercial area of the precinct actually is a high flood level area. Actually, it's dark blue if you have a look at the flood maps, and I just don't know if we have. And of course, with that new report out today or just yesterday in regards to, they're saying that one in 7 properties will be affected majorly by flooding in Australia. And of course, Brisbane is a tidal river, and I just hope that enough thought has been going that is going to go into this plan for this precinct to address that potential flooding issue. I don't think it's potential; it will be a flooding issue in Brisbane here, and we need to do more in this area in regards to drainage as best we can. The other couple of things that just didn't make a lot of sense to me, and I haven't had a chance to catch up with my colleagues, but it's in regards to the parking. It says that there will be an additional three additional levels of parking that should be incorporated into 8-story, 6-story, and 4-story. Now, or 3 stories of parking, it basically says an additional, so I don't know if that's on top of what's already is, that should exist for 1-bedroom, 2-bedroom, and 3-bedroom, or is this inclusive of that? But anyways, it's certainly parking above, or not underground, but above ground, basically, car parking, which I suppose makes sense if you're going to try to ameliorate the problems with flooding. But I think also, not that I'm concerned with this, of course, but we are taking into account the architectural character of the area, which I think is really good. I wish we would have done that in other areas across Brisbane over the years that I've been councillor. And the colour palette as well is going to be in keeping with the neighbourhood character as well. And I think that's a great idea too. So, I mean, there's a lot of good stuff in this planning. We need the housing. I just hope everyone, not everyone, I just hope a lot more people will sacrifice that green space. You know, that you normally get in a house, around a house, for maybe some park green space. Hope we're looking into that a little bit more as well in this precinct, because people do need to recreate with their kids, and I don't think, again, we've done enough of that as well. I congratulate the Councillor for Coorparoo for getting this in her area. Of course, I've been going on a little bit about neighbourhood plans and/or precinct plans out in the western suburbs. We don't seem to get too many of those, or any of those really. We got a few skip programs, but we haven't been able to put together a neighbourhood plan for a lot of areas that are being developed currently, a la Ellen Grove, as I keep raising in this chamber. Yeah, we're voting in favour of this, as we have really always voted in favour of housing, but with conditions, and it's not about the house or the accommodation, it was about what supported it. That's the problems that we had with a lot of the policies of this council. So I just want to put that on the record as well.
Councillor Strunk, your time has
Thank
expired.
you, Chair.
Further questions, Councillor Gibney.
Thank you. I rise today to speak in support of the Wynnum CBD Suburban Renewal Precinct Plan, which represents a bold step in shaping the future of the Bayside. Wynnum CBD has been chosen for this suburban renewal because of its strategic location along the Cleveland train line. We are just 30 minutes from the city, and we have easy access to the Port of Brisbane, the airport, and the motorway to get us to both the Gold and Sunshine Coasts. Living in such a thriving Bayside community is a popular choice for fellow Brisbaneites, with many inner-city residents making the sea change to the Bayside. We have lots of interstate and a number of international residents joining our community. By revitalising the Wynnum CBD, we are maximising access to public transport, reducing reliance on cars, and encouraging more people to shop, dine and work locally before or after their commute. This accessibility makes Wynnum uniquely positioned to support growth, attract investment and become a thriving, walkable hub that our community deserves. At its heart, this plan is about connectivity and livability. We know that Wynnum is not just a centre for shopping and services. It's the country town on the Bayside. Just ask the locals. Improving connections between the Wynnum CBD and the foreshore, we can create a seamless experience for visitors and residents alike. This means when families come to enjoy our bay, they're also encouraged to support our shops, restaurants and services, boosting local business and strengthening our community identity. I look forward to ensuring that the plan considers widened footpaths, cycle lanes and encourages more people to participate in active travel. The key part of the plan is activating laneways and public spaces. These often overlooked corridors can be transformed into vibrant hubs for art, dining and community events. It's about increasing foot traffic, giving our small businesses the visibility they deserve and creating more reasons for people to linger in the heart of Wynnum rather than simply passing through. Planning is underway for a street art mural walk to encourage day tourists into the CBD and the revitalisation of the heart of Wynnum CBD, the old Wynnum Central School, which is now our Wynnum Community Centre. If we unlock the potential around this area, we could have community night markets, public events and places for people to gather. We are also committed to attracting more essential services to the area, from health and education providers to professional services. A thriving CBD must cater for the daily needs, ensuring residents don't have to travel outside the Bayside for work, appointments or recreation. It's how we build a centre that is both convenient and resilient. Importantly, the plan introduces mixed-use zoning in key locations. This creates opportunities for a broader mix of housing and commercial activity while encouraging development of more affordable apartments. By reconsidering building heights, we can ensure that we are offering different homes to the market. It means we can better cater for first home buyers, young professionals and families looking to enjoy the Bayside lifestyle, as well as downsiders who wish to remain in the Bayside community but also enjoy the smaller, low maintenance lifestyle. This diversity of housing and building forms is essential if we want Wynnum to be a truly inclusive, future-focused suburb. We also welcome the role of major organisations choosing to call Wynnum home. The arrival of BMD and their 400 staff into our CBD is a strong vote of confidence in the area. Large employers like BMD will help drive foot traffic into local restaurants.
Please, Councillor Givney. Point of order, Councillor Johnston.
I appreciate the lovely description of life in Wynnum, but this is about the neighbourhood plan amendments and boundary changes.
I don't uphold your point of order, Councillor.
I'm just wondering where this is all going. It's not relevant.
I don't uphold your point of order, Councillor Givney.
Not relevant.
Thank you, Chair. It's all about Wynnum, we know that. Their investment combined in Council's planning vision will ensure that we deliver a CBD that is bustling during the day and active into the evening. The planning team from the Wynnum CBD is also in collaboration with the Foreshore Master Plan team, and these projects connect and complement each other. Together, they will ensure that our city centre flows naturally onto the Bayside parklands, making Wynnum a destination that celebrates in both natural beauty and urban heart. It is a vision that cannot be delivered by Council alone. Council has already met with landowners, but it's vital that residents have their say. We're not just planning buildings and public spaces. We're helping to shape the future of our community, and every piece of feedback will ensure that that the plan reflects the hopes and needs of the people who live and raise their families here. Together, we can ensure that it continues to be a vibrant, connected, and livable centre that is future ready and reflects the true spirit of the Bayside.
Further speakers. Councillor Chongwa.
Thank you, Chair. I rise to speak on the Clause A regarding the Stones Corner Suburban Renewal Precinct Plan. This plan is a missed opportunity. It doesn't plan for sustainable future, it doesn't plan around flooding, it doesn't plan for social affordable housing, and doesn't plan for Brisbane's canopy. Let's start with flooding. All of the lots between Cleveland Street and Lincoln Street will be getting upzoned, but on the other side of Lincoln Street is Norman Creek, the creek that already floods in Stones Corner. Take number 11 Cleveland Street. It was flooded by Norman Creek in 2022. This council plans to allow 12-storey apartment buildings there. Number 17 Cleveland Street will be upzoned as well to 15 storeys. This site is the flood planning area 2, one of the most flood-prone sites in Brisbane. The same goes for lots around the Stones Corner bus station. They already flood atrociously, but this plan will keep on letting developers build higher. And to be clear, the council's flood modelling of Norman Creek is out of date. If Breakfast Creek is anything to go by, Norman Creek is probably going to flood far more severely in the years to come because of climate change. Thousands more properties will be in the mapped flood zone in just a few years, just like in Newstead. This council administration is letting developers build towers in high-risk flood zones. Those developers will make millions selling to people who need somewhere to live. Then those thousands of residents will be hung out to dry when new studies show that these new buildings will flood. Then there's the deep planting. The council is missing a chance to improve the city's tree coverage. This council is letting Brisbane's canopy be cut down, losing 3% coverage across the city in the 10 years to 2019. That's roughly 4,000 hectares wiped out. Why not require more deep planting in this precinct plan, like the 15% requirement in the Gap neighbourhood plan, or 15% or 20% deep planting required in the Nathan Salisbury Maruka neighbourhood plan? We know that in practice, with tradable performance outcomes, any listed deep planting target will not be met. With a standard 10% deep planting target in Stones Corner, we are likely to actually see an average 3% of approved deep planting, as we see in high-density Milton. We will see yet another unsustainable concrete jungle in Stones Corner than a green, livable, contemporary urban design that meets the challenges of our climate emergency. What about affordable housing? This council hasn't included any requirement for new homes in Stones Corner to be public or social housing or even affordable by any definition. How does this council expect ordinary renters to live in this city while rents are skyrocketing? How can anyone hope to build a life here when rent costs half of their income? The Greens have been calling for 25% of new multiple unit developments with over 10 dwellings to be public or social housing. Genuine, affordable, public and community housing is the only way to guarantee people that are struggling can afford to live in this city. It's a shame that this is a plan that we're voting on today. This could have been a chance to prepare for a flood-safe, cool and affordable future, but instead we're staying stuck in the past.
Further speakers? Councillor Massey.
Thank you, Chair. I rise to speak on item A, the Stones Corner Precinct Plan. Firstly, I'll start that the Greens have supported this as it's gone through most of the way, because there were elements in this plan that we did support, particularly medium density housing. There's a busway, there's a train station, there is great green space. Like, I think we've all acknowledged that Hanlon Park is a really wonderful green space. And it is important that any sort of increase in density does happen with good infrastructure and infrastructure connections. And medium, well-designed density is important for our city. And we've said this before and we'll say it again. But something that's clearly missing from this plan is the delivery of social and affordable housing. For more than 20 years, this council has relied on a narrow supply-side approach. We keep approving taller developments and increasing building heights, hoping that simply adding private supply will bring prices down. But there's no guarantees when anything will be built, and also, it clearly hasn't worked. Rents and home prices continue to soar while housing stress and homelessness grows. And when I talk about housing stress, I'm not just talking about renters, I'm talking about mortgage owners also. Interestingly, a few years ago, when this council initially started the work on the Kurilpa TLPI, there was some indicators and a little bit of willingness from this LNP council to maybe use its legislative power. Back then, on the TLPI, before it was taken over by the ALP state government, there was build-to-rent criteria. There was also a criteria on a 20% allocation of affordable housing. And even though the definition of affordable housing was never truly affordable, it showed an inch of intent to require developers, private developers, to contribute to the public good. Now, in what is the first major precinct plan of this LNP administration, now that neighbourhood plans are gone, that intent is clearly vanished. Council has backed away from its responsibility. Earlier today, we heard the Lord Mayor, through you, Chair, talk about how we need to be leaders. But without any guarantee of affordable social housing and without any guarantee of when any of this will be built, we have backed away. We are once again approving private development without any binding requirements. And this is not an abstract policy debate. The human cost is visible on our streets every day. Consider the figures from Brisbane Zero. 561 First Nations individuals slept roughed and were cycled through emergency accommodation. 838 women and 1,550 men experienced rough sleeping or relied on motels and emergency housing. 2,385 people were newly identified as rough sleeping or homeless in that same period. Among families, 989 households experienced rough sleeping or temporary accommodation. In the rental affordability snapshot that was delivered earlier this year, just 2.2% of that 20 properties out of 3,444 properties that were reviewed were found to be affordable for people on the minimum wage. Of course, the benchmark for affordability is 30% of the household budget to avoid financial stress and deprivation of other essentials. I'll go really quickly also. In March 2025, Everyone's Home snapshot in Brisbane, there are 78% of renters in this city that are in financial stress. Mortgage owners aren't immune either, 37.5%. Given this reality, approving developments and just increasing height limits without any social and affordable housing isn't just inadequate, it's unequitable and it's irresponsible. This council does have the legislative powers to deliver affordable and social housing. It just chooses not to, and they'll laugh at that. They'll laugh at that statement, and that's all you need to know.
Further speakers? Councillor Johnston.
Yes, I just rise to speak very briefly on items A and items B. And I'll just note regarding the Stones Corner suburban renewal precinct that there is an increase in height there, but I look forward to the developers putting in 50-storey applications that are at least 2 or 3 times the height of what the plan says. Yeah, 2 or 3 times the height, and I look forward to the LNP supporting those, as Councillor Adam Allen has done, as the Lord Mayor has done, in telling developers privately that 2 or 3 times the height in a neighbourhood plan is perfectly acceptable, even though the neighbourhood plan specifies a height. So, you know, we know that's what they want, because I suspect at that height in Stones Corner you'll have panoramic CBD views. There will be $4 or $5 million apartments. Even the mix of apartments has been changed to give developers flexibility. There was some prescription in here around these apartments having a mix of units, 2 and 3, but apparently the developers have lobbied and that would be too hard for the developers. So that requirement, so we have the opportunity for the key workers who may only need a 1-bedroom or be able to afford a 1-bedroom, they won't get, or a studio, they won't get one, because council was going to put things in there to protect the mix within a high-rise apartment going into Stones Corner. But with the Deputy Mayor's support, those things are coming out. So we know that the developers want $1 million high-rise with luxury views so they can maximise their profit, and that's clearly being facilitated by the LNP. But if that's the way that the Deputy Mayor wants to run her community, well, I feel very sorry for them, and perhaps they'll rethink it at the next election. But I must raise some concerns about what's happening out at Wynnum, because there's some very unusual things happening out at Wynnum. And I just want to note, I listened to Councillor Givney's utopia out there at Wynnum, and it's a lovely idea of what a community is like. Neighbourhood plans don't do any of those things. Neighbourhood plans are a statutory instrument that sets out how zoning works, what building heights might be, you know, and perhaps some other ancillary issues. They don't do any of the things that Councillor Givney was talking about. And the other interesting thing is that the idea of this plan is to improve public and active transport, include access to public transport, footpaths, cycleways. I heard Councillor Givney talk about that extensively. What she didn't talk about is what she's actually doing in her community right now, which is talking about taking out footpath and other space in streets and converting it to angled car parking in 2 streets in the middle of this area, angled car parking that council does not allow. So council does not allow angled car parking in Brisbane streets anywhere in the city. How do I know this? Because they have for years tried to take it away from those areas in my ward where it's been for 100 years. not new angled car parks, but Councillor Givney's out there telling her residents, yes, we're going to put more car parks in 2 streets, Edith Street and Florence Street, in the middle of this, and she wants to turn these streets into one-way streets. So we're going to jam a whole bunch of higher-rise buildings in there. We're going to put angled parking in, which brings cars and pedestrians into conflict. We're going to make them drive around in circles. So who's really running this? Is it Brisbane City Council, or is it Councillor Alex Givney's active surveys going on now, surveying her residents and creating an expectation that angled parking will be delivered in these streets in Wynnum? Now, these streets don't have angled parking. Angled parking is not allowed under Council's traffic plans, and I'm really concerned about why Councillor Givney is doing this.
Excuse me, point of order.
Point of order, Councillor Griffiths.
There's a lot of noise coming from outside the chamber. I can't hear Councillor Johnson.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Griffiths. I was just about to make that point, but I didn't want to interrupt Councillor Johnson's. Councillors, if you have conversations, need to have a conversation, please take it outside. Councillor Johnston.
So I look forward to whatever special dispensations Councillor Givney gets to turn her streets one way. I'd love to do that with my streets, and to introduce angled parking in the main CBD area of Wynnum. Because as far as I know, Council does not allow this. It's certainly not part of the neighbourhood plan, and it's certainly not something that the Infrastructure Committee
Councillor Johnston, your
allows.
time has expired. Are there any further speakers? Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just rise to speak on items A and B. First of all, item A, the Stones Corner Precinct Plan. The Lord Mayor and Deputy Mayor have spoken on this at length, so I won't cover everything they've touched upon. But what I would like to point out is this was the first of the suburban renewal precinct plans that we commenced formally in June of last year. It was leveraging the Section 18 process under the State Government's Planning Act, and it allows a number of stages to be run concurrently and reduce the time it takes to go from inception through to having the plan embedded in City Plan. And this is our chosen pathway, as I explained last week, because it is more responsive, it's more agile, and it helps us more quickly address the challenges we have as a rapidly growing city. Now, in comparison, the Nathan Salisbury Maruka neighbourhood plan sort of initially kicked off, and early work started in 2019. And as we're all aware, it was passed this year. I would note that it did spend a year with the previous state Labor government, but nonetheless, it is a process that takes a bit longer to get to fruition, and we see the suburban renewal precincts process as being the way forward in the near term, and certainly that's what we're seeing with this Stones Corner plan. We've spoken at length as to why this particular precinct was chosen for a review and renewal. The state government will now receive this plan, which has been through public consultation, and they will respond to us, and at that point in time we can move to embed it in City Plan. And so, what I would highlight is the plan looks to potentially provide an extra 2,300 homes down there. The vision that we've painted for Stones Corner has already captured the imagination of the development industry, and we're already seeing DAs lodged in this area, and in fact there are a number of projects currently underway. Moving to Wynnum, it's more at the beginning of its process. It's this particular submission today seeks to move to public consultation and state interest review. There has already been preliminary discussion with the community and landowners there. That took place in April and May of this year, and now we have a proposal that we want to take to the public to have discussion. And certainly what we're looking to do there is obviously to increase not only housing supply, but also to leverage the economic opportunities that exist down there, and also to leverage the very unique infrastructure and things they've got in that part of the world. They've got a train station right there on the edge of Wynnum Central. They've got the beautiful natural offering down there on the foreshore. So there's a lot to be said for this particular precinct and the opportunity that it provides to provide housing. We've got an ageing demographic out there as well, and so they're looking for downsizer opportunities in their local area, and this gives people an opportunity to downsize and effectively age in place. Now, there are a number of comments made by opposition councillors, and Councillor Cassidy, as he is wont to do, is very quick to jump on what's happening in the city. Now, the reality is we continue to approve development applications and housing at a rate that's in excess of the South East Queensland Regional Plan. We will continue to look to do that. We're very conscious that the starting point for any housing is, particularly with medium rise and high rise, is to actually get those development approvals through. The state government's land supply and development monitoring report indicates we have about 9 years worth of supply where development approvals have been approved, but the buildings themselves haven't been initiated. And Councillor Cassidy even acknowledged that the private sector is the key provider of housing in this city. And I'm not sure, maybe Councillor Cassidy, through some of his comments, is suggesting that council should get into the development game, because at the end of the day, it's hard to reach any other conclusions based upon what he said. Councillor Strunk, to your point, those three-storey parking comments in the Stones Corner plan are about podium parking. Councillor Massey, I think you're wrong. We don't have the legislative powers that you think we have, and I think ultimately everyone knows it's the state government that provides social housing, and affordable housing ultimately is a function of the cost to build. Thank you.
Point of order, Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Dixon.
Chair, I move that council now adjourn for afternoon tea for 15 minutes, which commences only when all councillors have vacated the chamber and the doors have been...
Seconded.
It has been moved by Councillor Dixon and seconded by Councillor Gibney that the meeting adjourn for a period of 15 minutes, which commences only when all councillors have vacated the chamber and the doors have been locked. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. The meeting will adjourn when all councillors have left the chamber. Further speakers, Councillor Griffiths.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I rise to speak on item A and B, amendments to the Stones Corner plan and also the Wynnum plan. I've heard a lot of talk from the LNP today in relation to what they're doing for housing, what they're doing for the residents of Brisbane, and you've always got to read between the lines, is what I've learnt in my time here. It was interesting to hear Councillor Cunningham and the words she used. She said, this is new opportunities. Well, it's new opportunities for developers. This is a reimagined community. This is a reimagined community for developers. But the one I liked the most was, this is a signal to the market, and it certainly is a signal to the market. We as a council, this administration as a council, are more interested in developers than we are interested in our own residents. And through you, Madam Chair, I asked Councillor Cunningham, did she put in a submission for what she saw as relevant for her community? Because I know with me, I was told, where is your submission? What do you want for your community? What should be done? And I worked hard, and we had hundreds of people consulted and hundreds of submissions, but they weren't listened to by the LNP. And yet here, we're told there are 59 submissions. I'm assuming Councillor Cunningham didn't put in a submission. They're getting everything they want. It's fantastic. It's amazing. They've hit pay dirt. I suppose for me, what concerns me is the difference between what I saw with the Maruka Salisbury Nathan plan, which was shove in 20,000 people, shove them into that suburb, and don't give them infrastructure. And yet here, we're putting people into a suburb, but we're going to give them extra infrastructure. Now, I'm not against residents going in a place where there's good infrastructure. I think that makes sense. But what I object to is people in my area being shoved into my community without this council and without developers paying for infrastructure. So that's a point of difference. And Hanlon Park is great. I support Hanlon Park. And it was interesting to hear Bradbury Park and how great that is. I support Bradbury Park because we have a whole lot of residents going there. We need to provide infrastructure for those residents. But if you're going to live in Moorooka, you're not getting a Bradbury Park, you're not getting a Hanlon Park, you're getting zero park. The thing that hasn't been mentioned in this whole debate that is so interesting for me, and I'm not allowed to release it, it's secret, but is the Better Suburbs Board. And this really worries me, this Better Suburbs Board, set up by the Lord Mayor, his own Better Suburbs Board. And these people have been going around, they've done over meetings with regards 100 properties in the city. Yes, and some down at Wynnum as well. So the Better Suburbs Board have got their little fingers all over Wynnum. And it was interesting to hear the councillor for Wynnum say, this is a great opportunity for us. No, councillor, this is a great opportunity for developers. And unfortunately, I don't trust this administration with looking after the needs of residents. And when we're even talking about social and affordable housing, that doesn't make the mix. And it doesn't make the mix because it doesn't make money. Do I think anything in this Better Suburbs Board has talked about social and affordable housing? No, I don't. But it's certainly talked about sites all over the city that developers want to get hold of, developers are talking to council about, and developers want to get a deal done on. And this is not right for our city. This is not the way planning should be done. Planning should be done with residents through the community in a transparent process. Not by someone doing a deal, going to see a board with people who are very politically aligned, and then that board meeting with our council staff. I don't believe that is best practice or good practice. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Further speakers? Councillor Kim.
Thank you, Chair. What we have here today is like fixing a leaky roof with a fresh coat of paint. It might look fine for inspection day, but the next storm shows the truth. And what I'm going to do is start running through every single attachment and this side of the Chamber's thoughts on how this could be improved and what it's lacking. I know from earlier today we heard the LNP Lord Mayor say and claim that this side of the caucus doesn't read their papers, but we've read every single one. Right. We read it every single week. We do our homework. We get up here and we speak about it and we present what our residents are feeling and thinking. Every time we get these meeting papers, we take it back to our community, we talk to them about it, and we come back here. We're always speaking about it week after week, but we don't hear that from that side of the chamber, from the LNP councillors over there. So. Where is the Lord Mayor right now as well? His presence is not here and we're still through ENC. So what we want to start with is that we are not anti-housing. We are not anti-development. We know Brisbane needs more homes. And if you load growth onto suburbs, though, without the infrastructure, it's the residents who carry the weight first. This is something we've talked about day in and day out. Now, if we start with attachment B, page 2, it tells the story. The state government only let this plan move forward on the condition that a flood risk assessment was prepared for the land north of Old Cleveland Road. That work is still unfinished. After the 2022 floods, people expect those risks dealt with up front, not after the fact. And we all remember ex-Cyclone Alfred. We're still seeing the backlog months later. There is no excuse for dragging heels on flood mitigation when the risk is sitting in plain sight. Now we move on to attachment C, the consultation report, which backs this up. People weren't fighting for the idea of renewal. They raised traffic congestion, parking pressure, flooding, housing affordability. The written responses from the LNP Council often say outside the scope of the amendment. It might tick a box in planning terms, but to residents, it sounds like the main concerns have been shelved. My office heard the same frustration during Cyclone Alfred, just as all of us on this side of the chamber did, and nothing has changed since 2022. The problems keep piling up while the LNP Council keep narrowing their scope. Now onto attachment D. If we look at the footnotes on page 6, it's in tiny, tiny writing. It shows it plain. It says overscale development could put disproportionate pressure on transport, public space and community facilities. That is written right there in black and white. If this can be admitted in this report, why is the LNP Council still trying to push this through without a plan to deal with it? Then we move on to attachment E. It sets the new rules. It talks about flood resilient and water sensitive design, but it pushes down the responsibility back to the developers site by site. That might cover one block at a time, but it's not the same thing as seeing a precinct wide plan. Pollara taught us what happens when you chase development without any discipline. We saw houses go up faster than services, streets jammed, stormwater lagging, still happening right now, and families are left stranded. Stones Corner deserves a much better approach than repeating the same mistake that's an everyday reality for outer suburban residents in my ward. And let's not skip over how this consultation was done. As Councillor Cassidy mentioned previously, if you look at attachment C, section 2.0, it lays it right out there. There was one electronic notice in the Courier Mail. Not everybody subscribes to the Courier Mail. 10 call flutes and 10 poll wraps. 3 planner sessions, 2 on a weekday at a church, 1 on a Saturday at a school. No evening sessions, no pop-ups at the busway or the shopping strip. They try much harder when it's election time, though. You'll see all of us councillors out there. You don't see this side of the councillor doing it at an important session like this after they're elected, though. There were no evening sessions. There was no translated material. There was no follow-up meeting to show what changed. On paper, you call it consultation, but in reality, it really fell short of real engagement with the community, and this is the community that's going to have to live with this plan, so it deserved far better than this disingenuous approach. And it's not just Brisbane Times, it's not just Stones Corner. We saw in the Brisbane Times, literally just this week, a story of Caitlin, a young woman whose safety is put at risk every day by broken and uneven footpaths. For her, a dodgy path isn't an inconvenience, it's dangerous. And how come none of the LNP councillors on this side of the chamber have even mentioned this morning? They haven't mentioned anything, and this story should be a wake-up call to what we're doing today. No doubt everyone here is getting emails every day about effects like this all across Brisbane City. Infrastructure failures are not small oversights. They have real consequences for everyday people. And if we can't even maintain the basics like the footpaths, which is something that we've been talking about every day, how can the residents trust that this LNP Council are going to manage the pressures that come with major growth like this? We are in the middle of a housing crisis, and it's so important that we get it together right now. The future of housing in Brisbane demands more than just empty words or a report like this. We need to pick up our game and put our investment into public infrastructure, and we can't risk resident safety. We can't keep pouring our millions of dollars into glossy advertising campaigns the LNP Council prides itself on.
Councillor Kim, your time has expired. Further speakers? No further speakers. We'll now put A and B to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against no. The ayes have it.
Division.
Division called by Councillor Massey and seconded by Councillor Tongwa. Councillors, ayes to my right and noes to my left. Clerks, please ring the bell. Councillor, yeah, she has. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 19 in favour and 3 abstentions.
Councillors, that is carried. Please resume your seats. Councillors, can you please resume your seats? Either that or take the conversations outside. We'll now move to items C and D. Deputy Mayor.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Item C is the significant contracting plan for outdoor activity equipment. This is one of Council's basic services, providing equipment in Brisbane's more than 2,000 parks and our public spaces. It's important, though, that we continue to have a trusted network of businesses that we can call upon to do this work, ensuring our pipeline of park and playground improvements represent value for money for residents and use as well the highest quality materials and structures. With the current arrangement expiring next February, we need to start setting up the next panel of providers for 2026 and beyond. The proposed CPA outlined today will run for an initial term of 3 years, with the option of adding another 5 years, giving us the certainty to deliver these projects beyond 2032. Providers will be specialists in playgrounds, outdoor games equipment, shade structures, surfacing and fit-outs for our fitness nodes and dog parks. They'll be responsible for concept design, supplying equipment and handling parts of the installation, including undersurfacing and the shade structures. Since 2023, we've improved our engagement process with suppliers to give councillors and residents more input into these local projects happening in their wards. Today's submission is the next step in the evolution of this process to reflect the growing recreational needs of the community. The new arrangement will have an even stronger focus on biodiversity and value for money, and I commend the item to the Chamber. On item D, this is the significant contracting plan for the River Stage Revitalisation Project. As the Lord Mayor announced a couple of weeks ago, we're seeking expressions of interest for an external operator to operate and maintain our iconic Brisbane River Stage under a long-term lease. River Stage is one of Australia's most iconic music venues, and we're looking to make it even better, Madam Chair. It was built in 1989 following the great success of a temporary stage by the Brisbane River during World Expo 88. I remember that too. It has hosted some iconic events, last year attracting more than 245,000 people. While it still attracts international acts, the venue requires significant investment to remain fit for purpose as we lead into 2032. While we want to ensure that the River Stage remains in public hands and gets even better, investing in music venues is not the core business of our council. By securing an experienced operator, we'll lock in significant private investment for the River Stage while ensuring council funds are spent on roads, transport and more to see and do in the suburbs, while the private operator invests in transforming River Stage into that world-class venue. Our vision for River Stage is to attract more events, more visitors and create more unforgettable memories for Brisbane residents, their children and visitors alike. Brisbane certainly is Australia's lifestyle capital, and under our plan, the future of live music in our city will be even better. And it's great work, and I will commend it to the Chamber, Madam Chair.
Further speakers. Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Chair. I rise to speak on both of these items, and can I just ask they be taken out for voting, so separately, C and D separately for voting. Starting on clause C, the contracting plan for outdoor activity equipment and associated services, there's categories here for the supply and installation of equipment, design, undersurfacing, shade structures and maintenance inspections, all external to council. A term for 3 years plus an option for up to 5 years to maximum of 8 years, competitive quotes sought project to project. But what's important to note here, and I'm shocked that the Deputy Mayor didn't cover this off in the introduction of this item in the absence of the part-time Lord Mayor of Brisbane, is that the shade sale program here in council is over. It's done and it's finished under the LNP. Now, the Lord Mayor will all recall the Lord Mayor made a commitment and he said all playgrounds without shade would get shade sales. That was his initial commitment before he watered that down and walked it back. And then, now, as we find out, in the last few months, has abandoned that commitment altogether. But there is a long list. There's a long list, 360 to be exact, of playgrounds that have no shade sales on them at all. And I've got that list here, and I will table that for all councillors' benefit. I'm sure there's a lot of playgrounds in LNP wards that are without shade and now will not be receiving shade sales because the Lord Mayor has walked away from his commitment quietly, didn't really tell anyone. We just find out when significant contracting plans come to council. So I'm sure it's a good contract if you can get it, but as local councillors here, we're certainly not going to see a whole lot of work in that area of the contract before us today. And that's just shade sales. So that's just one commitment that the Lord Mayor has walked away from. Australia is the skin cancer capital of the world. Brisbane City Council area, our council area, is the epicentre of that. And what we have before us today is confirmation that the Lord Mayor has walked away from his commitment to provide shade over playgrounds. Shame on him. Now, we appreciate that playgrounds are expensive, of course, but you'd reasonably expect the budget for new materials and maintenance would increase. We've heard a lot over the last few weeks from the LNP that the costs of things are escalating. We see that through contracts and tendering. We hear that through their rare contribution to debates in this chamber when every couple of weeks one LNP councillor is allowed to stand up and speak in here, and sometimes they accidentally let slip how expensive things are to be built, and that the lack of funding that the Lord Mayor is putting into suburban investments really starting to bite and starting to hurt. But considering all the new people we hear moving to Brisbane, the Lord Mayor says it's 600 a week, and the record amounts, which we're going to be debating soon, in rates and fees and charges that people are now paying here in Brisbane, you would expect to see, as part of these significant contracting plans and the contracts and the budgets that come out, we'd see increase in funding for what are some of the most basic things that council provides for the people of Brisbane. Playgrounds, playground equipment, outdoor equipment, embellishing public spaces so people can enjoy their neighbourhoods if they're lucky enough to have a park when they see 10,000 new people moving in. But we don't see that. We don't see that. We're not seeing an investment at a capital level to the level we're used to. We're not seeing certainly an investment through a Suburban Enhancement Fund, SEF funding level, because we know that the Lord Mayor is artificially keeping funding increases low through SEF. And here's just an example I can give, which is very relevant to what we're talking about here today. Mulbeam Park in my ward is a district level park with a significant playground that is well and truly beyond its use by date. In fact, it's dangerous. I've had to, and this happened last week I believe, recommend an allocation of over $500,000 from my Suburban Enhancement Fund to that project. This is after a year after having to allocate $300,000 from the Deagon Ward Suburban Enhancement Fund to the Brighton Roosters, of course, for female change facilities that the Lord Mayor announced and then didn't fund and left that club high and dry. So you don't even need us to establish it in this place. People are figuring out for themselves that the Lord Mayor's often quoted line that his spending in the suburbs claim is actually a con. It's actually a con job. The write-off and depreciation as expenses on all of this equipment is astronomical, but we're not seeing the LNP Mayor and his administration put enough money into new community infrastructure. Councillors are forced and encouraged by the Lord Mayor to spend SEF funding on more and more things. We hear now not just the installation of new footpaths, but we're often told to maintain and fix footpaths, SEF funding should be used. To build safe crossing points on roads, SEF should be used. And to pay for the complete replacement of district-level parks that should be funded out of the capital budget, and to pay for female change facilities at community lease sites. All of that, apparently, all of that needs to come out of an annual allocation of barely $500,000 when you take out overheads that the LNP eat up, the tens of thousands of dollars that disappears from SEF into corporate overheads. We did hear that, and Councillor Kim talked about this earlier in question time, that incredible intervention from the former Deputy Mayor, Councillor Adams, a few weeks ago when she admitted, I think accidentally but did it on record, that the amount of money that's allocated to CEF is not enough to keep up with the demand that people expect out in the suburbs of Brisbane. Nowhere near enough. We all know and we all agree costs have escalated. And we all know, and apparently most of us now, I suspect, even if it's quiet on that side, agree that the Lord Mayor is not allocating enough for councillors to be able to provide value for money for ratepayers out in their wards. So we really are fundamentally paying more and getting less under the LNP, and we will be able to cover off that in much more detail in the next few items. So I'll move on to clause D. Lord Mayor let this one slip in the chamber a fortnight ago, trying to grab headlines and media before giving councils information, the selling off of River Stage. Opened in 1989 following Expo. I was not there, I was in utero at the time, so I don't remember, but I'm a student of history. I understand the importance of it. And it is certainly long overdue for an upgrade, but it's clear that council can't run its own businesses because it doesn't know how to these days, unfortunately, and they progressively cut down and outsource that capability. The agreement will be for at least 20 years, private partner to design, fund, build and operate this facility, including relocating Council's Botanic Gardens depot, and the investor will obviously going to get all the private benefit from this. We saw this incredible intervention in, I think, January this year. An operator of a private business, a private music venue here in Brisbane, came out in the media and said, "Give me River Stage." That private operator said, "Give me River Stage and I'll run it." And then, miraculously, 9 months later, we see the LNP putting this out for tender. So no coincidence, I'm sure, there. But the LNP have dropped the ball on thriving nighttime economy and want to privatise these assets, so when things go wrong, I guess they can blame somebody else. We know that the privatisation of community facilities puts profit ahead of public good, and to hear the Deputy Mayor say that it's not Council's core business to support cultural activities here in Brisbane and support and operate and run.
Point of order,
River
Madam
Stage.
Chair.
Point of order.
Claim
One
to
moment,
be
please,
misrepresented.
Councillor. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Chair. Thank you. I just find it incredible the Deputy Mayor thinks that operating River Stage is not core business of Council, given its incredible and amazing history, and I'm sure all of us have seen acts at River Stage, whether they're real community-focused ones that, like at Christmas time and carols, or whether they're amazing shows like seeing Paul Kelly there on the 21st of December and hearing that amazing song on that date, How to Make Gravy. I had to listen to that at Boondall Entertainment Centre because obviously the touring schedule is different these days for Paul Kelly in his 70th year. But we all have these amazing memories and all knew when we're going there that it was a council that was working on behalf of the people that were delivering this amazing space for the Brisbane community. And this incredible sort of spin from the Deputy Mayor before, as if it's an inner city venue that has nothing to do with the people of Brisbane and people who live in the suburbs. The people who go to those shows and enjoy those shows at River Stage and know that that is supported by the people of Brisbane through their council, rather than just being a pure profit model, they all knew that it was a council that actually cared about that. Well, now they know they don't have a council that cares about that anymore.
Councillor Cassidy, your time
They
has
just
expired.
want to flog it off for the highest bidder.
Point of order. Oh.
No. Deputy Mayor, your point of misrepresentation.
Yes, Madam Chair, I specifically said that we were looking to lock in some private investment for the River Stage to ensure that council's funds are spent on roads, transport and more to see and do in our suburbs.
Further speakers. Councillor Adams.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I rise to speak on item C and D. I'd just like to start with the continued misrepresentation of my words a couple of years ago when I said we recognise that costs are escalating. I did not say that...
One moment, please, Councillor. I would like to hear what you have to say. So, Councillor Cassidy and Councillor Griffiths, stop. Councillor Adams.
It seems when they can't think of anything to say over there, they just make it up. Apparently, I said the costs had escalated so much that CEF couldn't possibly cover the costs, and we're expected to do so much with so little. That is not what I said at all. Just like Councillor Cunningham did not say that we were selling off the river stage and it wasn't our core business to provide those services, but we're doing them in a financially responsible way. The next 7 years in Brisbane are going to be amazing. The growth we're going to see in this city as Brisbane is coming into its own, growing into a global city but keeping our big country city heart as well. We've already seen over the last 10 years and the successes of the support that we've had through Brisbane City Council with Team Quirk and Team Schrinner and Team Newman before that, Howard Smith Wharves, the Queen's Wharf development, the Kangaroo Point Bridge, Dexus coming online. But there's one little heart piece in the middle of all of that that is in desperate need of an upgrade, and that is the river stage. So I'm very excited to see something that I began much longer ago than 9 months, when somebody might have mentioned it in the Courier Mail, to look at how we could do the upgrade of the river stage. It is a beautifully authentic Brisbane experience that people coming for the Olympics and every other reason you would be coming to Brisbane in the next 7, 10, 20 years are going to want to experience. I do have to agree with Councillor Cassidy. Some of those experiences are absolutely memorable. I had a very, very wet night with my daughter at her first concert for Ed Sheeran in 2013, when he was just a little unknown redhead who played a guitar and had some good songs. And then there was a spectacular night of the Queensland Opera playing Lord of the Rings live to the movie as well. But they're the type of things that are getting more and more difficult to do at the river stage, particularly opera and ballet without the weather cover. The opera has to retune every 5 minutes with its outdoor and no cover. The ballet with one spit of rain can't perform at all. So we really do need to look at how we can make this authentic experience a better experience. It's actually very similar to the Gabba. We've all got great memories, but it's not fit for purpose anymore. You may sit in the Gabba and you may sit as an audience member in the river stage, as long as you don't have any access requirements, and still have a wonderful experience. But the back of house for the operators and for audience that have access issues, it is not a great experience. And I am very excited to see that we're going to go out now to industry to come up with the best outcome that we can see for river stage. Access, as I mentioned, is a big one for audience and for the bumping in for operators as well. And it is not and has never been our core experience in the last 10 to 15 years, because that's how long since river stage has had any upgrade, on how it's done in the modern day. And that's why we're going out to the experts and asking for the expressions of interest. And then, if you've read the SCP, go to a short list of entities that can provide what we're looking for. It doesn't necessarily mean the depot is going for the Botanic Gardens, but it's an option on the table for those expressions of interest. There's weather protection that needs to be looked at for the performance and maybe for some audience members as well. And the big one, particularly we want to see more there and bigger there, is the noise abatement. The technology improvements you have now for noise systems that do not require people who live at Kangaroo Point to hear what's happening at river stage. That's the expertise we're calling in. That's the expertise that we don't need anywhere else in council, so why would we be paying for it in council? That's the expertise that the industry has, and that's where we're going out to speak to them about the outcomes for this. We are not, and I say it very clearly, not selling off river stage, as was incorrectly said by Councillor Cassidy, but I'm not surprised. But it is not council's specialty to make sure that we can develop a 21st century music stadium in the heart of the Botanic Gardens. We're asking industry how they can use this site to make sure that we can get people in safely, that everybody can have access, that the noise is kept down, that we can for years have fantastic experiences like Ed Sheeran or Queensland Opera Ballet, and not to mention a live site for the Olympics as well. This is reducing our financial burden but making a commitment to the cultural and probably sporting history of Brisbane for years to come. I commend it to the chamber.
Further speakers. Councillor Massey.
Thanks, Chair. I'll rise to speak on item D. As a couple of other councillors through you, Chair, have mentioned, the River Stage is a 23-year-old gem in our city. Opened and inspired by World Expo, the River Stage from there, the temporary River Stage from there, the River Stage has been a huge part of so much of Brisbane. I remember, let me highlight that I remember, even though I didn't live here when it opened, I remember being, I think about 10 or 11 when I went there for like carols by candlelight with my family. And, you know, carols by candlelight is a continual thing that happens in Brisbane, and it's an important part of what Riverside does. And with children coming for free and adults only paying $5, it's one of the few accessible events, super accessible with big production events in Brisbane. And of course, River Stage has hosted, since then, in my adolescence and obviously in my adulthood, I've seen many wonderful shows at River Stage. And I know a lot of people across Brisbane have. And we're not just talking about people in the inner city, we're talking about everyone across Brisbane. And of course, there's highlights. I can't not mention the Powderfinger final show that I was at, which I really appreciate. And of course, it's been a really wonderful seminal place, particularly recently with the Brisbane Festival. And it's also done a great amount of relief concerts. If I remember correctly, there was one in 2011 after the 2011 floods to raise funds. And at 9,000 to 9,500 capacity, it is an outdoor arena that's accessible, a stage where communities and artists connect. And yet under this LNP council, it's all been left to kind of fall apart. The last real upgrades that I could find, and I'd be happy to be corrected on this, were sound and lighting tweaks in the early 2000s. And so the real question here is, how long has this LNP council that has been running this asset for 20 years over let this asset degrade? And how long has this LNP council decided that instead of upgrading, that they would leave this to degrade and then put it in a private-public partnership? And something that's really important to state here is it is an EOI, but what we don't know from that EOI is so many important things. So we're being asked to pass this, just an EOI for a private-public partnership that could potentially take away access to River Stage, that could cut affordability, cut out community programming, cut out, without any knowledge about the kind of housing heritage protections for River Stage. It's just an EOI, but with absolutely no information what kind of management model could be involved, and we're being asked to vote on it today. One of the most beloved assets, a special experience in Brisbane is an outdoor venue, And I do recognise that there has been sound issues. I speak to those residents all the time. But this isn't, like, as someone from the music industry, we've been talking about sound abatement for a very, very long time, and the technology of the waves, just through you, Chair, it's all about the sound waves and breaking them up. I've even made recommendations to the River Stage crew, and nothing's kind of changed from that. It is still about the abatement of sound waves. Look, the reality is how much will council pay for? How much will council be paid? How long with the leases? We have no idea. We'll see what happens next. This is what the LNP is doing. And of course, they're saying it's about risk, but they're not mentioning that they're broke and they've let this asset degrade. They're not mentioning that this private-public partnership could completely privatize it because it's still EOI stage. And they're not mentioning how we can protect the heritage aspects and the public value of this area. River Stage is not just a venue. It's a part of Brisbane's cultural heart. We can't let it quietly slip away to private hands while the LNP hides the real story behind cost savings. We want a city that puts people, culture and community first, and that is not privatising the river stage.
Councillor Massey, your time's expired. Are there any further speakers? Councillor Allen. Councillor, can you put your microphone on, please?
Yep,
Thank
sorry.
you.
I rise to speak on item D, the Riverside revitalisation, and as I've mentioned in the chamber before, particularly related to this asset, Brisbane is Australia's lifestyle capital, and venues such as this contribute to that particular outcome. And as I mentioned in recent weeks, Council is seeking expressions of interest for an external operator to design, develop, fund, operate and maintain the iconic river stage under a long-term lease. The Lord Mayor said earlier, River Stage is an iconic precinct and will complement other nearby existing precincts, including Howard Smith Wharves, Queen's Wharf, Fish Lane and South Bank. And I would like to point out that there are many successful public-private partnerships that have occurred across the city. Public-private partnerships are a great way to unlock investment, deliver major infrastructure and activate underutilised land. Madam Chair, those opposite would suggest that there's doom and gloom with a private operator being brought in to design, develop, fund and operate River Stage. This is completely inaccurate. The very reason this is being done is to try and add value to that particular venue for the benefit of residents and visitors. Now, we have spent a very significant amount of money on River Stage over the years, improving back of house facilities, accessibility onto the stage. It is not an asset that has been left to degrade, as Councillor Massey would have you believe. But what we are obviously going to pursue is an opportunity to upgrade this particular venue. There have been so many advances in recent years around technology and design. We would be stupid not to take advantage of those particular changes. And accordingly, we're going to go to market. We've got EOIs going out on the 22nd of September. They will close on mid-November. A short list of respondents will be developed, and then they'll be asked to go to a request for proposal where they will outline exactly what they're proposing for the site, the enhancements they will make, the operating model that they propose. So it is expected to be a complete revamp. Don't think it's just a coat of paint. It will be a complete revamp of the area. And for that, Council will be offering a long-term lease to help them to fund and operate this facility. Council will receive an income from the successful party. And certainly, as I said, if this particular facility is enhanced and upgraded to modern standards, it will be a better venue than it is today, and it will also ensure Council has funding for other projects like road and transport projects. So this is definitely the right way to go. The site, as Councillor Adams touched upon, it isn't being sold. The site is still owned by Council, but importantly, the enhancements to the site will be funded by the private sector. And importantly, the site will be a live site for the Olympics and Paralympics in 2032. I think Councillor Adams mentioned that. And additionally, it'll be made available for community groups. And we will continue to see outstanding and probably even better shows and performances at this new venue. And people will continue to get the great memories that Councillor Massey touched upon. And sort of the notion that the building as it stands, the structure as it stands is somehow, heritage or has some value over and above its physical structure is quite honestly nonsense. What we need is a world-class venue that leverages all the new technology that exists now to give not only performers and the audience a great experience, but is also sympathetic and is sympathetic to the residents who live in that area. So I think this is a highly commendable exercise. I'm looking forward to the EOIs coming back and the requests for proposals being issued. And when they come through, we'll have more to say in the chamber. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Further speakers? Councillor Johnston.
Yes, thank you. I rise to speak on the River Stage contract in item D. Look, the first thing I'm going to say is this is one of the most appallingly drafted items that's ever been put to our council, given the significance of what is being proposed here. There is just 3 or 4 paragraphs to explain what is a very unusual process that council is undertaking with respect to this asset. Essentially, this says it's a river stage revitalisation project, type of procurement, agreement for lease. That's a little bit underselling what's going to happen here. Categories, portions not applicable, market strategy, expressions of interest followed by requests for proposal, contract duration to be determined in negotiation, price basis to be determined and negotiated, estimated expenditure to be determined and negotiated. So based on this, our council is supposed to make a decision about what is going to happen to a very valuable inner city public asset. Now that is essentially what we're being asked to do here today, with no details on what council's expectations might be about this. For example, currently under the operating agreement that there is for River Stage, there are restrictions on the number of concerts that can be run because of the noise implications for residents at Kangaroo Point.
Down the halls.
And you know, elsewhere as well, but they're the ones that complain. So what's going to happen? Is council just going to give the new provider carte blanche to have as many concerts as they want per year? Are we going to end up with another Suncorp Stadium where you've got conflict every single time there's a concert between the residents and the stadium operator? Because there's no safeguards being built into this process, and that is our job as councillors. Not to go, well, we can't afford it, we're going to get somebody else to do it and they can do whatever they want, because that's what this does. There is no guidelines, there are no restrictions, there is no guidance, there are no minimum requirements. There is absolutely nothing in this document that guides or makes it clear that council will recognise the rights of residents who are impacted by this, or community use can continue. That's not in here. Now, you've heard several LNP councillors stand up and say, well, there'll still be community use. Not in this. Not in this, there's not. And is that going to be community use like City Hall, where it costs that much to hire a space in here, the groups can't afford it? Yes. I mean, the lack of detail in here is massively problematic. And I note, and I don't think I've ever seen this before either, that we've got to record the reasons for making the resolution in the minutes of the meeting. Now, presumably, that's the discussion that the LNP are having and I'm having right now. Well, let me be clear for the minutes. This proposal lacks integrity, it lacks clarity, it lacks structure, it lacks clear purpose, and it does not put the safeguards in place to protect a public asset, to ensure we get an outcome that meets the needs of the public interest, the community and the residents of Brisbane. It is simply a blank cheque or a free-for-all for major developers to develop another major stadium. That was major stadium was, yep, and yeah, Councillor Adams, thank you, was the major stadium. And then we also had a world-class music venue.
One moment, point of order, Councillor Adams.
Claim to be misrepresented.
I note your claim, Councillor Johnston.
Yep, I wrote it down here. So a music stadium is what she said. It's going to be a music stadium. Stadium. Now, are we protecting the grass? This is in the Botanic Gardens. What protections are in here for the Botanic Gardens? There are none. What's to say this council's not going to give them more space? What's to say that they're not going to knock down trees in the Botanic Gardens? There are no safeguards in this document. And this is where council goes wrong every single time there is procurement. I do not know. This is the most badly done, badly structured document I've ever seen. ever seen. It is simply, here you go, it's a free-for-all, tell us what you can do. Yeah, we'll give you a 100-year lease and, you know, you've got to offer a discounted
Councillor,
rate
your
to...
time has expired.
It's
Are there any
wrong.
further... Oh, sorry, point of misrepresentation, Councillor
Thank you, and I
Adams.
claim the misrepresentation. Councillor Johnson had said major stadium, major stadium, major stadium, which I did not say. I said stadium, the definition of which is an athletics or music ground in tier seating for spectators.
Further speakers? Councillor Toomey. Councillors, one moment, Councillor Toomey. We'll wait until councillors are quiet. Councillor Toomey.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. And I rise to speak on item C, the outdoor activity equipment. Madam Chairman, we were talking about age before and things that we remember. I remember at the Brisbane 1982 Commonwealth Games, a young tuna fisherman from Port Lincoln lifted 110 kilos above his head and took out gold. Wow. I remember the same man going on...
Point of order.
Point of order, Councillor Johnson.
Oh, is he? Sorry. Excuse me. Sorry, Madam Chair. Relevance to anything?
Councillor, there have been many times where we could have said the same thing about every other councillor today and what they are saying. So I don't uphold that. Councillor Toomey.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I remember the same man going on to the Olympic Games in LA and pulling the same lift, again, 110 kilos. Dean Lucan, OAM, not only inspired a nation, but he took us to the next level. In my opinion, what Dean Lucan did comes second to winning the Australia's Cups in 1983. But where did he start, Madam Chairman? He started in the backyard. He started in the parkland. He started where every child that we have in our wards across Brisbane can get on play equipment, can get on gym equipment. They can be Dean Lucan, Madam Chairman. They can be the person that can inspire a whole nation, that can galvanise a nation in a sport. I remember, I was 14 at the time, Madam Chairman. I remember a whole bunch of my mates strapping balloons on the end of broomsticks. You know, we all wanted to be Dean Lucan. The guy was phenomenal, but he started in a park. He went on to a boat. This is the thing that we are working on here, Madam Chairman. This is what item C is about. We are talking about inspiring the youth of our city to compete in the Olympics, to compete in any sport, Madam Chairman. This item in item C brings out so much more. Madam Chairman, I have a gym out at Ferny Grove that's actually opposite a physiotherapist. And she actually sends people across the road on the gym to do some of their physiotherapy. And our gyms that we provide in our places not only work on rehabilitation, but they also provide a way of the community coming together, Madam Chairman. We have a number of members of Probus who come together on a Saturday morning at the local outdoor gym and actually just lift their own body weight. Madam Chairman, this equipment that we are providing has huge benefits for our community. And just as an example, you know, lifting weights can improve muscle strength. It can improve bone density. It can help control weight management. It can boost your metabolism. It can reduce heart disease, and it can also help control diabetes type 2. Madam Chairman, I honestly believe that this item is part of a program that we should get behind in this chamber. We are talking about the health and well-being of our community, not just our young, but also our seniors and those in between. This is about being outdoor, enjoying the outdoors and being active. This is one of the most important items, I believe, coming into this chamber this afternoon, because it affects everybody, literally everybody across our ward, from the very young to the very old. Madam Chairman, being part or having play equipment and outdoor gym equipment in our parks is beneficial. It creates a social interaction in between members of our community of different ages. It's not just play equipment for young, it's not just gym equipment for the middle-aged or the older members of our community. This is about creating an environment where our community can come together and enjoy the great outdoors. Madam Chairman, this equipment can inspire our future Olympians. It can inspire our future athletes. And I commend this item to the chamber. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Are there any further speakers? No further speakers, then we'll put item...
Madam Chair.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Davis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I rise to speak on item C, the significant contracting plan for outdoor activity equipment and associated services. This item will ensure that we have the right providers in place to supply and install equipment across our parks and playgrounds after the current corporate procurement arrangement ends in February next year. Madam Chair, every iteration of a procurement plan is an opportunity to adapt our strategy to incorporate new cost efficiencies and to reflect the latest trends and innovations in recreational equipment. While a swing set and a slide still have their place, our parks and playgrounds serve a wider range of needs, abilities and age groups. Recent market research shows steady growth in outdoor activity equipment. More people are using outdoor spaces, there's a stronger awareness of health benefits, and demand for sustainable products is also rising. And that's why we continue to review and adapt our procurement strategies. The current panel, which runs for 5 years, includes specialised providers for playgrounds, outdoor games equipment, shade structures, surfacing and fit-outs for fitness nodes and dog parks. It covers 6 service categories. Firstly, the supply and installation of outdoor activity equipment, the concept design services, we've got supply and installation of undersurfacing, supply and installation of shade structures, maintenance and repairs outside warranty and defects periods, and compliance inspections and audits. Council spends around $7 million a year through this arrangement. In this iteration, we're placing stronger focus on value for money and supporting the circular economy, including the use of recycled materials. We're also looking at bundling jobs to reduce setup costs, limit repeat contractor visits and simplify project management. For example, if several small maintenance jobs are needed in one park, we would combine them into a single contract to drive down the costs. Projects scheduled under the new arrangement include upgrades to Brookfield Recreation Reserve, the rebuild of Fenwick Park Playground after last year's arson incident, and new fitness equipment at Lakewood Avenue Park in Parkinson's. The new arrangements will run for 3 years with the option to extend it by an additional 5 years. Having the option of a long-term contract is essential in such a competitive industry. It will give us flexibility, stability and value for money, especially with the 2032 Games on the horizon, bringing a heightened demand for services. Acting now means we'll have the right providers in place to deliver our recreation spaces for much of the next decade. Madam Chair, this arrangement is critical to the future of our urban parks network. But Madam Chair, Councillor Cassidy made a few comments earlier which I'd like to address. Councillor Cassidy is being quite disingenuous and a tad misleading with some comments that he's made around the number of parks without shade. What's missing from Councillor Cassidy's narrative is that many of the playgrounds he referred to have natural shade and they don't require shade sales. On top of that, Madam Chair, we have committed to providing shading as part of our mandatory scope of works for every playground upgrade in the future. And as we look to replace and upgrade our playgrounds, we will continue rolling out a combination of natural and structural shade. For those that have seen the list in this chamber, they will note parks in their own area that do not require a shade sale because there is natural shade. So, Madam Chair, once again, the Leader of the Opposition comes into this chamber and misrepresents
a list or some language that's been used, and it's very disappointing. We love our parks, we love our kids playing in the parks, and we'll continue to do what we can, and so I commend this item to the chamber.
Point of order.
Further speakers. Point of order, Councillor Johnston.
Madam Chairman, at times during this debate you failed to maintain a quorum, and I'm just wondering why you are not doing that as you're required to under the meeting's local law.
There has been quorum, Councillor, and if you're in the chamber you would see who was on the screen. But thank you. Further speakers. Any further speakers? Councillor Strong.
Pretty hard to miss. Okay, I'll rise to speak on item C, the new panel we're putting together with the equipment, the play equipment, and other items that will come out of this particular program. Councillor Toomey, through you, Chair, Councillor Toomey said that he was really inspired by the health equipment and everything that's in the park, and I would agree that the health equipment or the exercise equipment is a really important aspect. But what I'm not inspired about is the amount of money that we're allocating each year for new and or equipment that we have to replace for the 2,000 parks that we have across the city. Between $6 and $7 million each year we're allocating for that work that needs to be done to establish new parks, which I have just recently done in Grove Street, and paid, believe it or not, $58,000 for a basic swing set. Get your head around that one. Something that I used to pay about half of that amount only a few years ago. I've just signed off on a park bench. Now, this is being dedicated to a gentleman who established the Inala Bush Care Group and had run it for almost 20 years, right? And so I don't mind doing that, but $5,500 for a bench, for a park bench. You know, when I tell my men's shed guys what it costs for park benches now, they just shake their heads and say, we could build it for, you know, a fraction of that. But of course, they're not allowed to because they're not part of a panel. And of course, all the conditions that we put on equipment, which is important, right? I just find it absolutely phenomenal that this is the price that we have to pay nowadays for quality equipment, right? But we're not getting any increase in our set funding, right? There really hasn't been much increase at all for the last 3 or 4 years, right? Very, very little, right? Especially when you consider inflation. So it's really hard, and I know all councillors here in this chamber, whether they want to say anything about it or not, right, know the extent of the increases of these equipment. And honestly, the health or the exercise equipment has exponentially gone up since we established one in the I'm just trying to think of the name, I'm sorry, the name of the park, which I should just know off the top of my head, of course, that we established where the SES depot is in Richlands, right, just behind it. So we keep going on about that our suppliers, we use local suppliers or Australian suppliers to about 80% of the purchases, right, that we make through the panel. But I wonder if the panel we're putting together is really going to be a competitive panel. I hope it's more competitive than it has been over the last few years, because I think the competition can't be all that good. And I know a lot of the equipment that we have, we bring in from overseas. The companies that we deal with on the panel bring in from overseas and assemble it, and then they call it Australian made. It's really Australian assembled. It's not really Australian made. And there may be a local company, an importer, right, that assembles. But a lot of also money that's gone up exponentially over the last few years is what they charge for putting together a plan, a design plan, right, for what we're requiring to put in our parks. And I'm paying like, and I said this to one of my colleagues, and they said, "Is that all?" I'm thinking, well, how much are you paying? So it's around about $50,000 to $60,000 for them to put a design plan together. That's not the equipment, that's just the design plan. And they do a good job at it. You know, I get 3 different choices, right? And they're all priced accordingly. So as far as that goes, it's well done, right? But the cost is just unbelievably, it's been going up exponentially for a number of years now. And I don't know what the answer is other than more competition, right?
Councillor Strunk, your time has expired.
Thank you,
Further
Chair.
speakers? Councillor Kim.
Thank you, Chair. Today we're asked to approve a corporate procurement arrangement for outdoor activity equipment and associated services. It's a contract that covers everything from playgrounds to shade sails, and on paper it looks like structure and process, but behind the scenes it's another example of the LNP Council's procurement machine. Over 2 decades, this regime has created a system that's less about residents and more about control. It centralises decisions, it locks in suppliers for years at a time, and it gives the LNP room to manoeuvre with panel refreshes whenever it suits them. If you look at attachment A on page 3, it makes clear the contract runs for 3 years with options to extend up to 8. It's not flexibility for residents, it's entrenchment for this council. On page 4, pricing is based on sample projects rather than clear unit costs. That means communities can't know that their park upgrades, what they'll actually really cost, which is why I've got a long list here today that I'd like to put on the record so that our community knows just exactly how much they're paying for every item around this ward and what I've recently been quoted. Firstly, I had to pay using the Suburban Enhancement Fund for a CPO, so City Projects Design, for a footpath network in Pollara. Now, in Pollara, we've been speaking about the connectivity between 2 campuses now for a primary school, 2 k's apart. There is no complete footpath there. Interestingly enough, I may put on the record that the major developer in Pollara, Ausbuild, was a $30,000 donor to the LNP in 2017, all online, ECQ, you can look it up. Anyhow, this design, it was $36,500 to pay for a city projects office design, to have this design, to then be able to know how much it would cost to then build public infrastructure for safer travel for our residents in this suburb. Now, what I was quoted with this design, which I've got here today and ready to table so that the public can access this. Again, I've already tried to float it around on the internet, but it's critical that all of our councillors see this today as well. It is a concept that proposes a pedestrian refuge between Cornwall Street and Devries Road with 2.6 metre wide islands. A new curb ramps and footpath linkages are proposed to provide pedestrian connectivity to existing footpath. Curb channelization on the western alignment and the corner of Devries Road is proposed, with road widening on Ritchie Road to allow for 4.2 metre lane widths. Would anyone like to have a guess how much this costs? Close, it's $372,929, Councillor Johnson. Now that's to build public infrastructure, which is half of our Suburban Enhancement Fund. Now the Callambell ward has 36,000 residents. As of today's annual report that is in the documents, we have the largest number of residents, and that's because over the past 4 years we've had rapid population growth. It costs this much to build critical public infrastructure right smack bang in the middle of where there's going to be 2 primary school campuses, and there's not even a complete connection yet. And to this day, I've done exactly what the Lord Mayor and the Finance Chair tell us to do. I've put it on the budget bid, it's all in there, but this hasn't been funded, and this is what they always refer us to do. This is critical public infrastructure, and it's not funded. Now, the next one, construction for building another footpath link that connects to Stretton State College. This one is $200,000 to connect to Nigella Park to Stretton State College. $200,000 to complete a footpath link right there. The next one, a construction for building a footpath along the western side of Riley Street, Callambell, $118,000. $18,000. Now, for Watheroo Place Park shade sale, this is the park where many residents complained to me when I was door knocking there because there used to be a shade sale under the former LNP councillor. It was taken down and never replaced. And so in my first year, I was like, okay, let's try and find a way to replace this. So talk to the council officers. It turns out that this playground needed replacement first before a shade sale can go on top.
Sure, the Lord Mayor would have
Would anyone like to guess how much this would cost as well now to do all of this project? $200,000. There we go, right there. Right now, I've already listed one full financial years of suburban enhancement funding. The next one, climbing net replacement, $60,000. A new bus shelter, $63,500. To build two public... That's right, and to build 2 public park bench seats in Pollara, it costs $20,500, which we did end up doing because of the fact that every day residents are utilising this park and they're sitting on the ground, they're bringing their own camping chair every single day, and I was very happy to meet those residents and try to come to some kind of conclusion. Now, we're already hitting 5 minutes right there, but there are so many more quotes of doom and gloom to be provided to this LNP council. There's clearly something wrong with our systems and processes and the philosophy that this LNP council holds.
Further speakers? Councillor Griffiths.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I rise to support Councillor Kim in what she's saying, follow on with that, the argument in relation to what's going on here with how council purchases products. I think this is one of the biggest con jobs that this LNP council does on residents. And I know my residents, when I talk to them and tell them the costs of items, they just go, that is unbelievable. That is unbelievable. Or they go, yeah, double the price for council. Now, I don't think that's right. And I listened to the Deputy Mayor talk about value for money and we're doing a great job and we always do a great job and we're the best people on the planet and everyone else is bad. The job is bad. The job is bad. You're not doing a good job. You're not getting value for money, Madam Chair. I'll just give you some examples. I gave this example last week, a tap in a park. How much would it cost to put a tap in a park and connect it to a mains water supply? Check the figures. I said $40,000 last week. It was $44,000 for council to do that. Now, what about 2 seats? You talked about $10,000. $20,000 for 2 seats. That's incredible. My 2 seats are only costing $16,000. $16,000 for two plastic seats. We are doing a dirt bike track, a BMX dirt bike track, not bitumen, not concrete. That is going to cost $450,000 under this LNP. $450,000. Incredible. There is also, I'm trying to build a footpath to get someone from a bus stop to the entry of our cemetery, to make it accessible. $50,000 just for the design. $50,000 just for the design. I am told it could be $300,000 or $400,000 for the build. But that isn't the only part of the con. The other part of the con is the Lord Mayor stands up and he says, I'll give you $580,000. But what he doesn't tell you is council takes 20% of the cost off us to do these jobs. 20%, so I've got it here. This PPI costs and construction costs were $10,000 on a project that costs $35,000. On a project here costing $44,000, a footpath, we are paying $11,000 council. We're paying council $11,000 just to manage the project. If you delve into what you're paying with your CEF money, you'll see that council is charging you 20% of the cost. For a footpath in Salisbury, $39,000 was the full cost, but it was $11,000 council charged those costs. Isn't that incredible? It just goes on and on and on with this, and I can table this. I am allowed to release this one. A lot aren't allowed to release, but this one I am allowed to release. the costs that council charges us. And what we have here is this administration sitting back, hands off the wheel, no action, no interest, no Lord Mayor. He gave us a lovely speech about international affairs, and nice he's watching international affairs, but he's not in the chamber talking about the issues that matter to the residents of Brisbane. Parks matter to the residents of Brisbane. Lord Mayor, wake up. How we spend the public money matters to the residents of Brisbane. This is what the Lord Mayor should be doing. This is what the Lord Mayor should be listening to. He's not. He's missing in action. He's in the bunker. This is just incredible. I also wanted to just put on record the bit about the river stage. And the LNP is saying, oh, look, it needs some work. Well, you've been running the show for 20 years. You've been running the show for 20 years. When it needs work, it's your failure. You're the ones who failed in relation to river stage. And I don't think it should be privatised.
Further speakers? No further speakers. We'll now put item C to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. All those against no. The ayes have it, that's carried. We'll now move to item D. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against no. No. The ayes have it. Division called by Councillor Cassidy and seconded by Councillor Chongwa. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Clerks, please ring the bells. Yes. Yeah, you can count them. They're all there. Clerks, please read the results.
Madam Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 17 in favour and 8 against.
That is carried. Councillors, please resume your seats. We'll now move to items E and F together. Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Items E and F, I'll speak on them together. I mean, they are together in terms of the items, but they're obviously closely related. So this is the part where we talk about the wonderful things that are happening in the city and how we're managing the finances of the city responsibly, because it's not our money, it's ratepayers' money. And this is also the part where the opposition claims the sky is falling and everything's terrible, and talk down this city, talk down the wonderful things that have been achieved. So just a short preview of the next hour. But the reality is, whichever way the opposition tries to spin it, you cannot deny or not acknowledge the fact that we have been in some very challenging financial times in recent years, and not just us, but every single council, and not just us, but all levels of government. And other levels of government have responded by spending money like there's no tomorrow and racking up debt with no end. And we responded in a different way. We responded by making sure that we keep a balanced budget, and that we, at the same time as that, deliver on our commitments that were made to the people of Brisbane. And those commitments included keeping the investment in infrastructure going, including the biggest boost to the bus network in a decade or more, a new mass transit Brisbane Metro system that has already carried 3.4 million people. New bridges were opened and are incredibly popular and well used by the community. But also, while we're doing all those major things, more than 80% of the budget is being invested in the suburbs of Brisbane, and so delivering amazing results right across the city. We also made the commitment to keep rates at the lowest level in South East Queensland, the lowest rates of any council in South East Queensland. And as the Deputy Mayor pointed out earlier, we are hundreds of dollars a year cheaper than the next cheapest council, and up to $700 cheaper a year than the most expensive council. This is real. This is real. This is something we committed to and something we're continuing to deliver. And also, against this background of challenging financial circumstances with high inflation and the cost of construction going up, we've also managed as well to have a pathway forward to reduce debt when the other levels of government have only a pathway to more debt. And with debt projections increasing year on year, we've managed to build record infrastructure and have a pathway forward to reduce debt. Is it because we believe that councils should have no debt? No, absolutely not. We believe that debt is a tool that can allow us to invest in long-term infrastructure, but also we've got to have debt that is sustainable and manageable. So we've made the decision that over the next few years that we'll bring debt levels down. And what happens beyond that, obviously, is a matter for that time of day, that time in terms of future years, whether the debt continues to go down or whether the debt is employed to build more infrastructure. That's a decision for that particular time. But we know that in the lead up to the Olympics, having capacity to do more will be an important thing. And so that's been the approach we have taken. But in terms of some of the great achievements and important initiatives over the past 12 months, there's some big things that we've achieved, but also some smaller but more important things that, or not more important, but smaller but important things that is worth mentioning as well. We've reached the $1 million milestone for the Women in Business Grants program, which is just a fantastic initiative that supports the fantastic female-led businesses and entrepreneurs in our city and has received such positive feedback. We've achieved gold status as an inclusive employer again in 2024-25. We've delivered 9 council grant programs to more than 840 not-for-profit community organisations and individuals. That includes the Lord Mayor's Better Suburbs grant programs. It includes the Creative Sparks grants, the Lord Mayor's Creative Fellowship programs as well. I mentioned before we introduced Brisbane's new bus network on the final day of the financial year, and that was a process that was many years in the making. And despite Labor's attempts to try and talk that change down, the numbers are in, and it has showed further growth in patronage, and it has shown that the Brisbane Metro is exceedingly popular, despite the efforts to scare people about that change. And so there's been another positive thing that's been achieved in the past 12 months. Obviously, I mentioned Brisbane Metro, but also important maintenance works, not only on the Story Bridge, but also the iconic Walter Taylor Bridge. There was the resurfacing project, which was finished ahead of schedule by our fantastic maintenance team. There's more coming as well. There's more work coming on the Walter Taylor Bridge, just as there's more work coming on the Story Bridge. The Moggle Road corridor upgrade was completed. And once again, a project that was many years in the making, but is delivering a fantastic safety outcome and improvement in that important part of the western suburbs. We've had the Suburban Safety Camera Program with 26 mobile cameras and 10 fixed cameras. And that was an election commitment we made to make sure that local councillors had access to security cameras and CCTV to deal with local hotspots or issues where there's been safety concerns raised. Kangaroo Point Bridge was opened and completed, and as I was saying, has been far more popular and well used than we ever anticipated. And just this year alone, we're seeing incredible numbers in terms of the people that have used the bridge. It's now approaching 2 million crossings just this year alone, and the bridge is not even 12 months old. We had the opening of the Brisbane International Cycle Park at Murarrie, which is a fantastic outcome. Now a world-class facility for local people to use and is being very well used indeed. We've supported and enabled the delivery of thousands of new homes across the city, which includes that we have approved 11,104 new dwellings in the past 12 months during the course of this particular financial year. We've issued final plumbing certificates for more than 2,700 newly built dwellings. Plans have been sealed for 2,746 dwellings and also 1,328 freehold lots as well. We've also, when it comes to dealing with challenging circumstances as well, there are a number in the corporate plan of the status of monitor closely, and this is all about making sure we manage the risks that the city is facing and the council is facing. That 7 of the monitor closely statuses have changed to on track as compared to the financial year before, which shows that we're making positive progress. In terms of other issues, there's also been some great achievements when it comes to tree planting. There's been more than 37,400 plants added across 6.3 hectares through the Environmental Offsets program. We've also supported the generation of over $1 billion in economic activity which is investment in our city, jobs attraction, major events, and that's also supported the creation of 632 new jobs. And that includes some of the work that we do through the Brisbane Economic Development Agency, and so that attracting major events, and as you know, it's events like the NRL Magic Round that we support, major concerts. We've got the Edinburgh Military Tattoo coming up as well, and there's a whole range of events that we actively support. We've contributed to the execution of 45 major sporting and cultural events, which generated almost $200 million in economic activity and supported 5,983 jobs. We've launched Community Maps, a free mapping solution available to the public with 2,600 active users and 300 daily users. We've commenced a whole range of planning changes as well, some of which
Lord
came
Mayor,
through
your time
today.
has expired. Further speakers? Councillor Cassidy.
No, I would have moved an extension for Lord Mayor, but that's strange. I'll speak on these items before us today, presentation of the audited consolidated financial statements and the annual report to follow. So all information Council has provided to the Auditor General has been assessed, but I must note that we have no oversight as councillors and as the Council here into what that was. That's what the Lord Mayor and I presume the Finance Chair do. Their signatures are on it, but nobody else is included in that. So what we have here is the consolidated financial statements that don't go into a great amount of details. A few footnotes and important ones, and I'll talk about some of those. But what we do know from the LNP is that they operate their regime behind closed doors, and we're really not privy as to what goes on and what decisions are made and what cuts are made and what areas of council will see the biggest reduction in staff numbers and things like that. But what we can see from the single lines of detail included here before us are the rivers of gold that this LNP council treat the people of Brisbane as. Infrastructure charges are up $20 million. Licences, permits and parking fees are up. Building application fees are up $2 million. Infringements, income from infringements is up $5 million. Refuse fees are up $7 million. Some other interesting revenue streams for the LNP appear here too, Chair. Almost $200 million from our ownership of urban utilities, although you wouldn't know that according to Councillor Davis, who says council has no stake in the game of what urban utilities does, apparently. Advertising revenue is up $3 million. Lease and rental revenue to council is up $7 million. The sale of materials is up $7 million as well. So the LNP appear to be running council like it's a tidy little business. But their business practices are costing ratepayers where it matters most, Chair. Agency staff costs are up by $20 million. I guess getting rid of all those permanent staff and replacing them with agency staff costs a lot more money in the long run. Finance costs on borrowings is up by $14 million. That's $14 million we can't spend in the suburbs of Brisbane, of course. And council's credit facilities with banks and the QTC now total $805 million, up a whopping $185 million from last year. We've been raising the alarm about the level of investment in Brisbane's drainage network for some time now, and that's particularly important given the climate report out yesterday detailing the increased risk of flooding here in Brisbane. Well, guess what? The drainage network was revalued in 2025 and, surprise, surprise, its value has dropped from over $5.5 billion now down to just $4.8 billion. So Brisbane's ageing drainage system is becoming more worthless, both in function and book value, as the years drag on under this LNP regime. And it's the people out in the suburbs who have to pay for it, of course. We'd like to see greater transparency, but that's not something you'd come to expect from a regime. Transparency is critical to build trust with the people we serve. Disclosed in here is a large figure that's shrouded in secrecy, of course, Chair, $461,000. Over the last 2 years, almost $500,000 has been paid to family members of councillors or senior council staff. Some of that work included promotional material for distribution for council, pretty on point for the LNP. So why does this remain so secretive for ordinary people to understand where their money is being spent, Chair? Everyone in Brisbane can feel the pressure we're under from this LNP Council's cuts to infrastructure and services and their new and innovative ways of taxing and charging everyday people in Brisbane. Transparency could benefit the LNP, but only if they were really interested in making investments into what the city needs, which of course they never seem to be. On the annual report, which also includes these consolidated financial statements at the back, what we have is another glossy document from our LNP Mayor, announcements, plans, mock-ups, nothing out of the ordinary in that respect. But I love the line in the Lord Mayor's opening message where he says he knows many households are still feeling the pinch. That's why he's striking the right balance between spending within his means while keeping Brisbane moving. First-class spin from the Lord Mayor, obviously, because rates are climbing year on year. There are new and interesting fees and charges to shake down ratepayers every time a budget is delivered. Blowouts of hundreds of millions of dollars on every single project that the Lord Mayor undertakes, a self-indulgent advertising budget and $342 a day on international travel, of course. And what do we have to show for keeping Brisbane moving? The worst congestion in Australia, footpaths on the Story Bridge closed for 6 months and cuts to bus services that link the suburbs together. It would be funny if it wasn't so tragic. The LNP, the financial summary at least confirms what Labor has been saying and the LNP have been trying to hide for a long period of time. Liabilities. What do we owe? What are our total liabilities? $6.3 billion. The sustainability report also shows the LNP spin for what it is, Chair, of course. The way the LNP says it will achieve carbon neutral status is through lower emissions from council operations and also helping households reduce household emissions. Well, the target for emissions is 6 tonnes by 2031 for households. The actual number at the moment is 11 tonnes. It's an even worse story for council itself, with emissions from activities increasing by 3% since 2016. So after 10 years of work, the LNP have conceded that things are getting worse and worse and worse every year. Section 4 Progress and Performance Report, or the Lord Mayor's report card, while items that have been kept deliberately vague for years appear to say the council's on track, the things that the LNP are letting slip are seriously concerning. The below are lists of monitor closely, meaning council is falling behind on its obligations. And one of those is maintaining infrastructure delivery in line with city growth. This one's particularly interesting because while the Lord Mayor's rhetoric about 600 people moving to Brisbane each and every week doesn't align with his decision to cut $200 million from the infrastructure budget. And we just heard from the Lord Mayor as well, 600 people moving here each and every week, and yet only 2,700 dwellings were built in the last year. No wonder we have a housing crisis on his watch here in Brisbane. And while the population goes up, the rates, fees and charges that people pay in the infrastructure and service goes up, and infrastructure and service delivery goes way, way down. He's just hoping everyone will continue to talk about migration and don't ask the question about infrastructure and the provision of infrastructure here in Brisbane. Another one the council is failing at under the Lord Mayor's leadership: improved council facility and park use and user satisfaction. So there's something going on with council parks and facilities that requires close monitoring. I think people who use them, we've had this discussion, understand it and know it. Shade sails and trees are still down after ex-tropical cyclone Alfred. We're overgrown with weeds, creeks and waterways are blocked, and there are less staff than ever to assist residents with services. Another one that they're failing on: maintaining community satisfaction with access to housing, employment and recreation spaces. This will be a tough one because, as CBRE found just last week, it's getting harder to find and pay for rentals here in Brisbane. If you live in the suburbs and go to work in the suburbs, God help you if you don't have a car, given the cuts to bus services we've seen from this LNP regime. And if you do have a car, even, Chair, the LNP's failure to connect the suburbs with reliable suburban bus services means that we will continue to be the most congested city in Australia, unfortunately. Another one they're failing at: maintaining long-term financial sustainability. No surprise, it's being monitored very closely, especially with cost blowouts and wasteful spending to continue to escalate. I do spare a thought for council's diligent public servants trying to find savings for Brisbane's ratepayers, because they're constantly running up against a Lord Mayor insistent on spending more money on overseas travel, self-indulgent advertising, extravagant events and his fully catered E&C meetings. Sustained community satisfaction with ability and access to opportunities to have a say. Another one the LNP are failing on. Good luck under this LNP regime. We all just learnt about just recently, one morning in Milton, street parking was free, and the next morning it was full of meters. No consultation with the community. There was, or anybody, just one decision with one fell swoop to do that. When you look at the section on livable city, there's a lot of talk about bridges, and the Lord Mayor introduced a new item into the annual report which isn't even in there. He talked about the Story Bridge, but he didn't even put it in the annual report. It talked about the Walter Taylor Bridge and the Kangaroo Point Bridge and oh no, Story Bridge isn't even in there. There's no mention of the city's most important asset, because all they could say in there is that the LNP have engaged in a decade-long cover-up that is not leading to the Lord Mayor engineering a way to fix the bridge, rather just engineering a way to put a toll on the Story Bridge to pay for his maladministration. When it comes to disclosures, finally, on overseas travel, 124,000 in total. Just incredible when you think we've discussed this term, let alone last week. We've got, instead of the Lord Mayor travelling around the world, we should be seeing
Councillor Cassidy, your time has expired. Further
Move for an extension.
Seconded.
Been moved by Councillor Strunk and seconded by Councillor Kim for an extension. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against, no. Councillor Cassidy.
Thanks very much, Chair. Not much longer. $342 a day on the ratepayers' credit card for the LNP to travel the world, when we should be seeing hasty work on fixing the Story Bridge, and that is a symbol of what's happening around Brisbane. We saw, as we've heard earlier, media reports last week, that there are thousands of broken and blocked footpaths across Brisbane, making it harder to get around and more dangerous to just simply walk around our suburbs. Overgrown weeds in parks, nature strips, bushland, causing trip hazards, blocking entrances for into council cemeteries, and covering promotional signs for the Wipe Out Weeds initiative. As you literally can't make this stuff up. Cuts and underspending to essential infrastructure and services across Brisbane is across the entire council budget. Moving capital expenses across to operational, and from operational across to expenses, because they can't bear to cut the perks of office, but they can bear to cut infrastructure right around Brisbane. Finishing up with public transport patronage, an important one, and one that the LNP seem to not be able to answer anymore. So what we have in the annual report before us today, which is very different to how it used to be reported, Chair. The annual report used to list bus patronage, separate out bus patronage from ferry patronage and PPT as well, but it just puts it all together now into one public transport patronage. And we know why. We know why, because bus patronage is still below the levels we had in 2012 in this city. Bus patronage is still lower than it was in Brisbane in 2012. Now, you wouldn't know that, and that's a fact. You wouldn't know that from the Lord Mayor's rhetoric and spin here today, but that is the fact. Now, what we've seen over the last year is a significant amount of growth due to 50-cent fares, cheaper public transport, a great Labor initiative. But then on the back of that, when you see the LNP introduce cuts to bus services, and then you see this Lord Mayor agree to capped funding from the state government, no growth funding in suburban bus services, and you continue to oversee crippling congestion, we're never going to see the levels of patronage we need in a city like Brisbane. Based on population growth from 2012, it's not acceptable just to get back to 2012 levels. We need to be seeing tens of millions of more public transport trips taken before we will start to see the dial moved on congestion here in Brisbane. And apparently, according to the LNP, this is all keeping Brisbane moving. Cuts to bus services, crippling congestion, not delivering housing. There's a triumph of spin over substance here. And, you know, again, and this is the LNP directly blocking access to information. We're having questions on notice today about bus patronage through this year, this annual report year. Simple questions that every single year, when we lodge questions on notice, the responsible LNP chair was able to answer. And then lo and behold, today we get answers to all these questions here. Answers for questions 2 to 22. Council does not own this data. These requests should just be directed to TransLink. So the Lord Mayor earlier today got up twice, answered a question today, answered a question from Councillor Griffiths and from me, and got up and said he had absolutely no idea what anyone was talking about. He was so confused and befuddled about those questions. And then we have here an admission from the LNP. Best case scenario is that they don't know how many people are travelling on council buses. Worst case scenario, it's another cover-up, of course, because the LNP can choose to be transparent and open and provide this information if they want. Yes. But what have they decided to do? To cover it up in the annual report, to block and deny it in questions on notice, and whose decisions are those? LNP councillors. Our LNP mayor and his LNP civic cabinet. They are engaging in continued cover-ups, so the people of Brisbane don't have an understanding of the decisions that are being made by this LNP majority, where their money is being spent, where the record levels of revenue coming into council are being spent, and how those decisions are made by this political regime here in Brisbane City Council. So the Lord Mayor can stand up and try and spin this as best he can, but he would do well to go out into the community, I think, and speak to people. I'm looking forward to spending the next couple of months on recess, a long recess coming up, going out into those LNP wards and talking to plenty of people about suburban neglect, about bus cuts as well, and we've already got many hundreds of responses, particularly from Holland Park ward, but we'll be getting plenty more around there. A lot of upset people about LNP cuts out there, and we'll be bringing back those stories here into the council chamber, because the Lord Mayor thinks he knows what's going on out in the community. I suspect he doesn't, and his spin and rhetoric, I think, would certainly, his tune would change if he actually got an understanding of the pressures that people are facing because of the political decisions he continues to make in that chair.
Further speakers? Deputy Mayor.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I rise to speak on items E and F. So firstly, the consolidated financial statements, which have been audited by the Auditor-General for the year ending 30th of June 2025. As always, these statements provide a clear account of how Council is managing money on behalf of the residents of Brisbane. And the bottom line, Mr Deputy Chair, is clear. We've delivered another balanced budget. Our expenses are lower than our revenues, and we've got a recorded surplus of $314 million. That's not just a number on a page. It's a buffer against unexpected costs, and it's proof to the residents of Brisbane that they are in safe financial hands. Because when Team Schrinner asked for confidence of residents in March of last year, we set out a number of clear promises. This report before us today shows very clearly that we're delivering on them. We said we would keep downward pressure on rates and rents, and we have. That's right, Councillor Aderman. We achieved this while continuing to roll out major city-shaping projects that residents rely on, like the game-changing Brisbane Metro, the Kangaroo Point Bridge, the Mogul Road Corridor upgrade, and many more local projects. These projects have transformed the way people move around our city, and we're delivering them without breaking the budget. We've done it while continuing to scrutinise every dollar in our budget. Just as households have had to adjust their budgets, so too has Council. We made the responsible decision to make savings, ensuring that we could keep this downward pressure on rates and rents. And the results speak for themselves. As I said in question time, net debt forecast at $3.7 billion in June came in lower at 3.61 and is on track to fall to $2.9 billion by 28-29, a 20% reduction. At the same time, Brisbane continues to have the cheapest rates in South East Queensland, saving residents hundreds of dollars a year when compared to other councils. We can only achieve this, Deputy Chair, with strong, disciplined financial management. On this side of the chamber, we're making the sensible decisions that protect residents from higher costs. Now, through you, Mr Deputy Chair, Councillor Cassidy laments the cost of debt going up. Well, I've got some really bad news, because Labor and the Greens, with their election promises of $3.5 billion of unfunded spending, would have added major levels of unsustainable debt to this council and would have forced upon residents one of the largest rate hikes in Brisbane's history. There is a clear contrast in the chamber, Deputy Chair. Team Schrinner is focused on balancing the budget, reducing debt and investing in the projects that keep our city moving. But Labor and the Greens, like other levels of government, are addicted to spending, and they would leave it to Brisbane households to pick up the bill. Residents have in our team a council that manages money responsibly, and this report confirms exactly that we're delivering it. Briefly on item F, our annual report shows how council's activities align with the corporate plan, our annual plan and budget, which all meets the legislative requirements to disclose certain information. It provides a clear snapshot of how we're delivering on the promises to Brisbane residents. We want to make sure that we are financially responsible to keep costs down and to protect households from unnecessary rate rises, while making sure that Brisbane remains the lifestyle capital and continues to capture global attention as one of the best places in the world to live, work and relax. But those opposite, week after week, are determined to paint a dramatic and a misleading picture. When it comes to travel, Brisbane is preparing to host the biggest event in the world, and it's vital that we learn from others to ensure the 2032 Olympic and Paralympic Games are a success, not just for Brisbane, but for all of Queensland
Deputy Mayor,
and
your
Australia.
time has expired. Further speaker, Councillor Chong-Wah.
Thank you, Chair. I rise to speak on Clause F, climate-related disclosure on page 27 of the annual report, which states that this council's operating carbon emissions were 3% higher in 2023-24 compared with the base year of reporting 2017. This LNP council administration has misled its own residents in believing that it was a carbon neutral from 2016 until 2024. We all know it was fake news. Even the carbon credits were fake. International research into Vera, the company selling offsets, found the majority of credits were phantom credits and did not represent genuine carbon reductions. Yes. Buying carbon credits was really a way of diverting attention from their actual carbon emissions. Yep. In 2017, this LNP administration introduced a target to reduce council's operational carbon emissions by at least 30% by 2031-32 from 2016-17 levels.
How's that looking?
This was part of the Brisbane Clean, Green, Sustainable 2017-2031 initiative. However, the annual report tabled today shows emissions are actually 3% higher than the base year of 2016-2017. Let me repeat, this LNP administration committed in 2017 to reducing its own operating carbon emissions by 30%. After 8 years, emissions have not lowered at all. They actually are higher. Results over the last 8 years are all over the place, demonstrating no actual commitment to reducing carbon emissions. Yep. Of course, there is no way this council will meet their 30% reduction target if the LNP remains in control of this council.
Got 5 years left, right?
Like all of their so-called green sustainability claims, the targets are election propaganda. Great. The LNP administration also set a target in 2013 to reduce household emissions separate from the council's own operations. The target was an average of 6 tonnes per household by 2031, a cut of about 50%. I wonder how that's going. From this year's annual report, also on page 27, household emissions actually increased in the last 2 years of reporting, from 10.86 tonnes per household in 2022-23 to 11 tonnes in this report. How far have we progressed since the target was set in 2013? Well, it's very difficult to find this data, as this council was very reluctant to report household emissions, despite being an official target. Over the last decade, the only mentions of actual household emissions are about 11 or 11.5 tonnes. So since the 2013 target of 6 tonnes per household was set, we have seen virtually no downward trend at all. This is no surprise. How can this LNP administration expect residents to reduce emissions when the council itself cannot? How can households cut emissions when this council fails to provide the sustainable infrastructure to enable it? As I said in these chambers before, Brisbane now sits below Perth, Melbourne and Sydney in multiple international sustainability rankings. You would think the largest local government in Australia would have enough strategists, planners, sustainability managers to advise the LNP Cabinet on how to meet their targets.
Or even care about it.
So who's responsible? There is only one person in the current LNP Civic Cabinet who was there in 2016-27.
Who's that?
2017. It was the Lord Mayor, who was a Deputy Mayor at the time. It was a Lord Mayor who helped launch the Brisbane Clean, Green, Sustainable 2017-2031 initiative in 2017. Lord Mayor, through the Chair, who should take responsibility for failing to meet these targets other than yourself? Who else is responsible for failing one of the most important targets of any government during an unprecedented climate emergency? Is this Lord Mayor who oversees a council that completely disregards climate change, treating it like a game with fake election propaganda, misleading the residents of Brisbane as if there are no consequences, parroting words like sustainability and carbon neutrality as if no one will call him out? Lord Mayor, through the chair, today I'm calling you out to take responsibility for this critical failure. You are failing the children's future, our children's future. Your administration is failing Brisbane residents at its most dangerous and critical time. Will you take responsibility?
Further speaker, Councillor Wines.
Thanks, Councillor Huang. I appreciate the opportunity to speak today and to be able to respond to some of the claims made, but also speak in support of our annual report. The last financial year was a remarkable year for public transport in the city. It saw the single largest improvement to the bus system this city has ever seen. More than 160,000 services were added as part of the Brisbane's new bus network, and more than 3.4 million people have ridden on the M1 and M2 since their launch in January and June, respectively. These are key improvements. Now, if you were to listen to Councillor Cassidy and believe what he said, we live in some sort of public transport wasteland. But that is far from the truth. Over the last 6 months, we've seen a 13% increase in bus patronage and a 38% increase in ferry patronage. These can be attributed to the reducing the expense of the consumer, but also importantly to the frequency and improvement of the service itself. We offer more services more often throughout the network. We also saw an improvement in the offering of our ferry services come online in January of this year as well, significantly responsible for this offering. Now, we also, as we heard, apparently the people of Brisbane are very, very angry. They're very angry at the public transport system. That's why they have an average satisfaction score of 7.3 out of 10 for all bus users. For the people who make the effort to respond, they give us just around 7.5 for a bus service which apparently everybody hates and no one is using. So 13% improvement, and we're running at a 7.3 approval rate. But also, I think there was another interesting angle that Councillor Cassidy took. He said he was going to leave this building, which I find hard to believe, and he was going to go talk to regular people, which is even more fanciful, and that those people were going to be angry. Again, for those 3 events to occur, it's unlikely he should take his money to a poker machine if he believes that he can get 3 numbers in a row to come up for him. But let me tell you this. I note with interest the list of services that he raised in the questions on notice. And the 170 stood out to me because I have this petition. As councillors would know, from time to time, petitions are left on our desk to lodge when they come through other means other than our office. And it involves the 170. And amazingly, the proponent of this, calling for response to the services 174, 170, 180, 181, is a petition led by a lady called Corinne McMillan, who a few of us might name. And she, of course, is waving the flag of rage against the bus changes out in the outer southeast and the outer south. And she has got this. I'm not sure if the pictures are quite giving this justice.
Under the provisions of Section 35(13) of the Meetings Local Law, on the expiration of the period allowed for debate.
Point of order.
Councillors.
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
Sorry, wait after this.
Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Yes.
Point of order, Mr. Chair. Under the provisions of Section 35(14) of the Meetings Local Law, I move that the time for consideration of the E&C report is extended until the report is fully debated.
Seconded.
It was moved by Councillor Johnston, seconded by Councillor Massey, that the time being extended for the debate. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. No. The noes have it.
Division.
Division called by Councillor Johnston, seconded by Councillor Massey. All those in favour go to my right, against go to my left. Clerk, please ring the bell. Yep. Clerk, please read the result.
Mr Deputy Chair, the noes have it, the voting being 8 in favour and 14 against.
The motion is lost. Councillors, please return to your seats. Councillors, under provision of Section 3513 of the Meetings Local Law on the expiration of the period allowed for debate of committee reports, I shall now put the motions to the meeting.
Point of order, Chair.
Point of order, Councillor Cassidy.
Could I just ask E and F be taken seriatim for voting?
Sir?
And also to deal with it now that item H is taken seriatim for voting in the next lot also, thanks.
Yep, so it's E, F, G, I, and then H. Yep. Yep, I shall now put the motions to the meeting for adoption of any committee report not yet voted upon without further amendment or debate. I will now put the motion for the adoption of the Establishment and Coordination Committee report of 8th September 2025. Item E, F, E for now, yep. Item E, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Division.
Division called by Councillor Cassidy, seconded by Councillor Kim. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Please ring the bell. Clerk, please read the result.
Mr Deputy Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 14 in favour and 8 against.
The item's carried.
Point of order, Chair.
Point of order,
Can
Councillor
we
Messi?
separate item G for voting? Thank you.
Yeah, point of order, Mr Chair.
Yeah, point of order.
I'm just not sure what we're doing, so how about we do all of the rest of them individually, please?
Yeah,
Thank
that's
you.
what we are doing anyway. So, I now put item F to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. No. The ayes have it.
Division.
Division called by Councillor Messi, seconded by Councillor Johnston. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Please ring the bell. Clerk, please read the result.
Mr Deputy Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 14 in favour and 8 against.
The item's carried. Councillors, please return to your seats. I will now put item G to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. No. The ayes have it.
Division.
Division called by Councillor Messi, seconded by Councillor Johnston. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Please ring the bell. Clerk, please read the result.
Mr Deputy Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 14 in favour, 3 against and 5 abstentions.
The item is carried. Please return to your seats. I will now put item H to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Division.
Division.
Division was called by Councillor Cassidy, seconded by Councillor Cheong Wah. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Please ring the bell. Clerk, please read the result.
Mr Deputy Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 14 in favour and 8 abstentions.
The item is carried. Councillors, please return to your seats. I will now put item I to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Division.
It was division called by Councillor Johnston, seconded by Councillor Strunk. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Clerk, please ring the bell. Clerk, please read the result.
Mr Deputy Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 14 in favour and 8 abstentions.
The item is carried. I will now put a motion for the adoption of the Establishment and Coordination Committee report of 15th September 2025 to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Now I put Public Transport Committee report. Sorry. Yeah, point of order.
Could I just ask that item A be taken seriatim for vote in the Public Transport Committee report, please, which would then leave B and C together?
Yep, that's A, B, and C. I now put item A of the Transport Committee report to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. I now put item B and C to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Division.
Division called by Councillor Cassidy, seconded by Councillor Massey. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Please ring the bell. Clerk, please read the result.
Mr Deputy Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 14 in favour and 8 against.
The item's carried.
Point of order.
Yep, point of order, Councillor Johnston.
Thank you. Yes, Mr Deputy Chair, could I move item B is taken seriatim for infrastructure, please?
Yep, that's fine. Yep. Now I'll put the motion for the adoption of the Infrastructure Committee report to the vote. Item A and C. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. I now put item B to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. No. The ayes have it.
Division.
Division called by Councillor Johnston, seconded by Councillor Massey. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Please ring the bell.
Replace.
Clerk, please read the result.
Mr Deputy Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 21 in favour and 1 against.
The report is carried. Now I put City Planning, Suburban Renewal and Economic Development Committee report to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. I now put Environment, Parks and Sustainability Committee report to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. And I now put Community and the Arts. Sorry? Yep.
Thanks, Deputy Chair. Could I ask that item A be taken, Sarah Adam, for vote in the Customer Services Committee report, please?
Yep. I now put item A of the
Point of order, Chair.
Yep.
Could I please ask that item B be taken in seriatim for the vote?
I now put item A of the Customer Services Committee report to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. I now put item B of the report to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Division called by Councillor Massey, seconded by Councillor Cassidy. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Please ring the bell. Clerk, please read the result.
Mr Deputy Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 14 in favour and 8 against.
The item is carried. I now put item C of the Customer Services Committee report to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Division.
No one seconded.
Division.
It's carried.
Division.
Yep. I now put Community and the Arts Committee report to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The community. Yeah, it's Community and the Arts Committee report. No, because it was too late. Okay, well, I'm happy to do that now. But please, if someone going to second it, please do that. As it took a while actually to say seconded. So I'll do it now. But look,
order, Chair.
Please do that. So yeah.
Are you going to allow a second?
Sorry. I now put item C of the Customs Services Committee report to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no.
Aye. Division.
Yep. Division called by Councillor Massey, seconded by Councillor Cassidy. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Yeah. Yep, Clerk, please read the result.
Mr Deputy Chair, the ayes have it, the voting being 14 in favour and 8 against.
The item's carried. Now I put Community and the Arts Committee report to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. I now put Finance and City Governance Committee report to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Councillors, are there any petitions? Sorry, Councillor Collier.
Sorry, I'm just getting the petition up. 1 second. Chair, I have a petition from residents requesting an exemption to provision of driveway parking in Owl Street and Thompson Street.
Councillor Wines.
Thanks, Mr Chair. I have a petition proposed by Corinne McMillan demonstrating the deep rage of the outer southern suburbs against changes to the bus network. Of course, there are 3 petitioners on this one of whom is Corinne McMillan and 2 other individuals, just reflecting the comments that Councillor Cassidy was saying about the concern and, of course, the efforts that a state MP can make to do these sorts of things.
Councillor Dixon, may I have a motion
Point of order, Chair.
Sorry.
Point of order, Chair. Councillor Wines, that was totally inappropriate when lodging a petition.
Yeah, so I stopped him.
And I suggest that you rule him out of order.
Yeah, that's why I stopped him. So, thank you. Yep. Councillor Dixon, may I have a motion for receipt of the petitions?
Chair, I move that the petitions as presented be received and referred to the committee concerned for consideration and report.
Second.
It has been moved by Councillor Dixon, seconded by Councillor Strunk, that all petitions as presented be received and referred to the committee concerned for consideration and report. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Councillors, are there any statements required as a result of an office of the independent assessor or Councillor Ethics Committee order? No? Councillors, are there any general business? Councillor Wolf.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair, and I rise to speak today on the great success of 2 items in our city, the Brisbane Inner West Small Business Awards and the Brisbane Festival, including 100 guitars and the upcoming St Lucia Serenades. Firstly, Deputy Chair, the Brisbane Inner West Small Business Awards held on the 4th of September at Hillstone St Lucia. Now, this new initiative was a wonderful celebration of the resilience and community spirit that defines our local business community. The awards saw an abundant amount of nominations, thousands of votes, and 15 awards were given out. And among them, I'd like to mention a few of the awesome businesses. Much loved favourites include Peach and Billy Cafe, Hetty and Herms, Riser Bread, All the Green Things, Naturally Fruit, West Toowong Bowls Club, Abode Cafe, 100 Acre Bar, Vets in the Village, Bikeology, Nowhere Espresso, Auntie Paul's Cafe, and Snips and Snuggles. Now, these awards were well-deserved recognition of the hard-working small business owners who provide not only service and jobs, but also they are the heart and character of our neighbourhood. Their success is Brisbane's success, and I am proud to see such a strong representation from across the Walter Taylor ward. Deputy Chair, our city has also come alive in colour and creativity throughout September with the Brisbane Festival. Brisbane Festival is making Brisbane shine so beautifully. The Craig and Carl's vibrant pops of colour that are splashed across the city, including the spectacular inflatables on our Brisbane bridges. On Sunday, the 100 Guitars event struck a particularly powerful chord, literally and figuratively, with me. As musicians, they came together to create an unforgettable soundscape that united our people across generations and genres. The Brisbane Powerhouse was transformed with 100 guitars playing together in a massive, immersive performance that was equal parts music, movement and connection. And the event was free. This was more than just a concert. This was a sonic and social event designed to bring people together across Brisbane suburbs, cultures and communities. A living and breathing example of how art can unify our incredible city. It was made even more special because my daughter was one of the guitarists on the stage. So bravo to Brisbane Festival, Topology and everybody involved. This is what festivals are all about. Deputy Chair, the Brisbane Festival spirit is set to continue in the Walter Taylor Ward this weekend. In partnership with the University of Queensland and the UQ Neighbours program, the St Lucia's Serenades will soon take centre stage. The collaboration will bring performances into the heart of my local community, opening the campus to local residents and strengthening the ties between UQ and our surrounding neighbours. It will be a wonderful opportunity for us all to experience the arts in an accessible and welcoming setting. I can't wait to see the community all come together. Whether we're celebrating our small business or the cultural vibrancy of Brisbane, we are reminded that our city thrives when community, creativity and collaboration come together. Thank you very much, Deputy Chair.
Further Speaker, Councillor Johnston.
Yes, thank you. I rise to speak on items on the E&C report and also the meeting's local law. I'd like to start by saying that the changes that the LNP rammed through this council are having a deleterious impact on the governance of this city, and that is by restricting the time for debate for the important matters that this city should be considering. Now, the changes the LNP forced through last year restrict the amount of time to 3 hours for debate on all committee items that are in the report. Today, that 3 hours was inadequate simply for the amount of items that were in the E&C report, and more than half the items in the E&C report, including major contracts, nearly $31 million being spent on a fit-out up at Brisbane Square. There was the annual report, a really odd land exchange, which was so wrong, and I'm glad I voted against that. I don't know what on earth is going on in this administration that they allowed a developer to build some units in a park, and then suddenly they went whoops afterwards and they've done a land swap and we're getting less park. I mean, that just tells you every single thing wrong with this administration, doesn't it? That they have allowed units to be built in a council park and now they have to do some dodgy deal with a developer and the people of Brisbane lose out. What was the certifier doing? What were the council officers going out there to seal the plan doing? Look, I can't even fathom how that has actually happened. And it is because no one in this administration is checking. I mean, Adam Allen's got all his developer mates on the Better Suburbs Board advising, and these developers are running rampant, even building their units on parkland. And we didn't even get to debate that. And also giving the CEO more power to delegate decisions of this council. So this LNP administration put a huge number of really significant items just on E&C report. We still didn't get to debate the other six committees, the other 7 committees at all. And that is a direct result of the LNP stifling debate in this place. And that is because they do not want democratic governance, they do not want transparency, and they do not want accountability. They simply want control. Now, the meeting's local law allows a provision under section 35(14) to extend the time for debate. It's not like that provision has been used in the year, I think I've tried it once before. It's not like it's been used every week or it's used to extend the meeting time, but on this occasion, when we have significant citywide issues that should be subject to public scrutiny, the LNP used their massive majority to vote against extending the time to debate the issues of importance to this city. Now, that is wrong. It says everything that is wrong with this LNP administration. Their annual report demonstrates more than anything of where this city is going wrong today as well. And I didn't get the chance to speak on it. And because they changed the rules last year, I only get 5 minutes to speak now. But this LNP administration is going backwards. And I just want to note a couple of things in particular. About the annual report. There is so much, and I think the opposition leader did a pretty good job of outlining them, but the fact that the value of drainage is going backwards, less drainage, in worse condition, not being replaced, we all know this. But there's just a couple of things very quickly. Sustained community satisfaction with ability and access to opportunities to have a say. Monitor closely. So that's a fail. Maintained infrastructure delivery in line with city growth. Monitor closely. That is a fail in ordinary language. Improved council facility and park use and user satisfaction. Monitor closely. That is a fail. Maintain community satisfaction with access to housing, employment and recreation. Monitor closely. That's a fail. And maintain long-term financial sustainability. Monitor closely. That is a fail. This is an annual report that demonstrates the LNP's failures.
Councillor Johnston, your time has expired. Further speaker, Councillor Toomey.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Chair. I rise to speak on two items in general business. One is TS Brisbane and the other one is the Brisbane Tramway Museum trampool. Madam Chairman, Mr Deputy Chairman, I went down to visit TS Brisbane and as some people in the chamber may or may not know, TS Brisbane are located in Oxlade Drive, New Farm. I hope I said that correctly, Councillor Howard, to visit the young Navy cadets who have just received their commission. So they are no longer a pseudo-training cadet group. They are now a fully fledged cadet group recognised by the Australian Navy. Mr Deputy Chairman, the reason why I was invited down there was primarily because Councillor Howard and I, through the Lord Mayor's generously handed over a certain amount of money for them to buy kayaks. And what we see, well, what I witnessed with the troops was an immense amount of gratitude for them being able to get onto the water, because up until this point in time, this particular naval cadet group did not have a way or a means to actually get onto the water. Mr Deputy Chairman, these are young kids from both Councillor Howard's ward and my ward. Some of them are doing grade 10, 11 and 12. But what I saw with these young people was an immense amount of discipline that they were carrying out on parade. The weapons handling and everything that they were doing was just spot on. Not only that, they were proud. They were proud to be Australian Navy cadets. They were proud to be on parade and they were proud to show off their skills. And I do really want to congratulate those Navy cadets, not only for getting their commission, because not that long ago they weren't recognised by the Royal Australian Navy. Now they are. They have done an immense amount of work to get where they are. I also want to extend my gratitude towards the RSL for providing the facilities for them to operate. Mr Deputy Chairman, finally on the trampool, it's a big one again. I just want to give a shout out to and invite all councillors to come to the trampool on the 28th of September. It's a 75-metre track. We're pulling a 1-tonne tram uphill. All councillors are welcome. It's a great event. Thank you.
Further speaker, Councillor Strunk.
Yes, Deputy Chair, I'll just rise to speak in a bit of GB in regards to an event that happened on the weekend. And also just an observation in regards to the meeting that took place today for the ENC. Councillor Johnson covered over that and how problematic the change to the rule, the 3-hour rule when it was implemented, has been to the debate in this chamber in regards to whether it be E&C or any of those committees. I'll put a different slant on it. It's really embarrassing. It's embarrassing for this city that this council chamber isn't giving its full attention to items in this E&C report today and in past meetings as well. And the committee is even more embarrassing because every one of these chairs who do their due diligence for their chairmanship, right, generally speaking, aren't able to give any report on any item, whether it be a presentation or a petition or whatever. It's really embarrassing, and you know, honestly, people, you know, if other councillors could just see what is actually happening in this chamber, right? Because I talked to councillors from Ipswich, from Logan, and Ipswich and Logan, and honestly, when I tell them how little we actually debate, you know, honestly, I think they probably think we're just lazy. We're just lazy. We're just not doing our job, right? And I just and I'm glad the Lord Mayor is in the chamber here to have a listen, because I just think anyone looking into this into the YouTube, seeing what goes on here in regards to debate. Especially, you know, I mean, some of these items in E&C should have been presented probably a few weeks ago, right? Or could have been, instead of just letting them all come through to the last meeting of this session, right? I want to speak also about a festival that happened on the weekend in a very positive way, of course, and that was the Forest Lake Festival, which was undertaken by a small group of residents, headed up by Kylie and a number of her friends that have been doing this festival now for about 4 years now, I think it is. It's very challenging for a small group to put together a festival that has a lot of complexity, and what's happening with that complexity, with the continuing compliance issues that are growing, for festivals, not just this one, but other festivals as well. It's really hard to deal with the complexity of the compliance issues that are being imposed on them. We know why the compliance issues are being imposed, because, you know, we got to think about safety and other issues as well. But, you know, council doesn't really do much to help them. You know, I know one of my ward team, right, takes a number of calls, especially leading up to it, and we're always trying to put out fires, right, to make sure that it goes ahead. And we didn't get the approval until Thursday, and it was actually happening on Saturday, right? And I just, you know, honestly, the stress that creates for unnecessary stress. I take that interjection. Thank you, Councillor Griffith, because it is unnecessary stress. It really puts it really impacts on them, and because they've committed so much of their time and energy and reputation as well on the line, because everyone knows the committee, because they've been doing it for a number of years. And I just want to say that we got to do it better. To reduce the stress on these volunteer groups that get paid no money, that probably take 6 to 12 months to put a big festival together, and they sometimes don't get the thanks that they should get. My community is pretty good at that, giving them thanks, right? But as a council, I don't think we give them enough thanks to do stuff that we couldn't do as a council, that they're able to do as a volunteer. Thank you, Chair.
Further speaker, Councillor Griffith.
We'll both help. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise to speak on something positive, which is nice to be able to do that occasionally. I'm speaking about, I'd like to speak about Toohey Forest and a trip I did to Toohey Forest just last week. And just like to show the chamber some of these things. There's a lot of important historic sites in Toohey Forest, particularly a number of Aboriginal Indigenous sites. which I found fascinating and that I've long heard of in council, but I've never had the opportunity of being shown those sites. So I got shown them the other day. So I just show people. This one is the first site, and it's an Aboriginal burial cave. And there are actually a record of skeletons found at this cave. Not recently, obviously, but Indigenous people found at this cave who were pre-colonisation, and understand the Queensland Museum has their remains. Second one is a water pot that I've never well, I've walked across past many times on a sandstone outcrop where the Indigenous people have carved it out so that it actually collects water and acts as a fountain or a pot for them when they're staying at the top of the range. The next site I found that was fascinating, the other place they showed me, was a handprint. There have been records from the 50s of several handprints there, only one remains. But it's quite incredible, that's not far from the city. And the last one was some areas where they would sharpen tools, where the Aboriginal people would sharpen tools. So I really think that this, and I'll table these for the record, and for people to look at. I think these are really amazing artefacts in our city, and amazing way of showing the incredible history and the layers that Brisbane has been for generations and generations. The other site I went to was the Tui family who donated that land to Brisbane. Were actually buried in Tui Forest, but as part of it coming over to council, the family's remains were moved to Mount Gravatt Cemetery, but the old grave sites are still there. I think this is really important for the city. I think it's really fascinating. It's amazing that's just sitting there unprotected. And I just bring that to the Chamber's attention so that there's any way we can protect or enhance this history, then I think we as a council, and I'd call on all councillors here, need to be doing that. Thank you.
Further speaker, Councillor Massey.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. I rise to speak on 3 items: Pride Play Day yesterday, Kurilpa Derby, and then hopefully I'll have enough time, but the meeting's local law. So firstly, I want to give a huge thanks to the 35+ families that showed up yesterday at our Pride Play Day at Yagara Hall. Yeah, it's an excellent result. And, you know, working with Rainbow Families Queensland and Pay Matters, as I said previously when I found out earlier this year that there were no Pride playgroups on the south side of Brisbane, because representation matters and it's more than just words in here, we moved into action. And it was incredible to share that with so many families yesterday. I'm just going to say a quote from one of the participants yesterday. They said that the fact that we could be ourselves with no judgment. I get really funny about talking about my wife in front of straight couples at playgroups. So it was so nice yesterday to say his mum out loud to members of the community. And so that's why it's important to put things like this on. It's about representation, it's about building connections, and it's about support for each other. There were also straight families that came along that were supportive too. It was pretty incredible. The wonderful news, of course, is from yesterday's incredible number of families and interest, and previous interest that we've just been working with a couple of people. We now know that we'll be able to seed a Rainbow Families playgroup in West End. And so that news is coming soon. I'm so pleased to have worked, thanks to all the families, and of course, thanks to Holly and to Nicole from Rainbow Families and Play Matters. Number 2, on Sunday it was the Kurilpa Derby, which is West End's biggest street party. West End tends to have a lot of street parties. For participants who rocked up with their floats, and, you know, on anything on wheels, what a wonderful celebration and day. There was about 5,000 participants across the whole day. It was really incredible, a wonderful show of spirit and the West End community. I want to thank the organisers, West End Community Association. I also want to thank all the performers on the day, and of course, every single volunteer. The Kurilpa Derby is only made possible because of these volunteers. And so another incredible day. And I just wanted to give a huge shout out to everyone on that day. We had a stall running all day. I did marshalling. I did a whole bunch of stuff. And it was just so lovely to be embedded within that community and share that joy of community. Lastly, I just wanted to put some things in connection to the meeting's local law, because I wanted to talk about a couple of things that we couldn't talk about ever since we've had the cuts to the meeting times. Firstly, I'm just going to reiterate on item F. Monitor closely long-term financial sustainability. That is something, even though through you, Chair, the Lord Mayor says there's things to monitor closely, that was one thing that wasn't mentioned. I heard a lot from Liberal councillors through you, Chair. A lot of that we've done the job. We're bringing down our debt. We're doing all of this stuff. But I just want to draw attention to one item that was an attachment on item E, which basically talks about our long-term sustainability, particularly noting that our asset sustainability is actually declining. And something really important is so much of the long-term financial sustainability statements, these are unaudited ratios, are based on population growth estimates that don't make sense. This year it's saying 3.1% population growth, which suddenly is supposed to drop in 2026 to 0.06%. There is a lot of fudgy and interesting calculations in here, and I'm very deeply concerned that we won't be able to keep our assets, or not only maintain our assets, but also deliver new assets in the future. And then lastly, before I forget, the petition in response to homelessness, which was item B in customer services. Many people know that more than ever, there are more tents now returning into areas.
Councillor Massey, your time has expired.
They had nowhere to go.
Any further speaker? It says no further speaker. I declare meeting closed.